Punch them! Boom! 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 Punch him down! Go! Let's go! Thought I was gonna miss it. In. Boom. Boom. Oh, shouldn't have gone in. Shouldn't have gone in. No, 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 no. I'm insane, bro. Back up, back up. What the hell? Go, go, baby. Get out of here. Not today. You ain't taking my... Whoa. Oh, what did I tell you? I said don't let me get heated with the longbow, baby. Bow, bow. I'm insane, bro. I'm insane. I'm the best. I'm the best. I pull those clutches out psh, 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 all the time.
Are you ready to fight?
No problem.
Good.
No
now get
problem.
out.
Hello? Hello, hello. I believe we're up and live and running on both Twitch and YouTube. Let me double check here. Oh no, we're not live on Twitch. Why aren't we live on Twitch? There it is. Yes, we are. I was mistaken. Hope everybody's doing good. Alex, hello, hello. Good evening, everybody. Hello. We're diving back into Dune Awakening tonight. Let me know if this mic's coming in too loud or too quiet. And yeah, we got some things that we need to knock out. So let's go ahead and jump right on in here. I've had a severe thunderstorm warning running through the area. We may possibly end up getting hit with a power outage. If the stream for any reason just blacks out, that's probably most likely what happened. I was not able to complete the Atreides. There needs to be some more Atreides and more Harkonnen troops that spawn aside from just inside of the sectors that they spawn in. There needs to be more, because when these things are on the Landsrad, they get they get just completely farmed. Speaking of Landsrad, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a quick peek here and see if we're actually truly going to be running into full loot. Ooh, they are. I would say this just is going to be, in fact, running into full loot next week. I haven't been paying attention to what sort of points numbers are actually getting pushed through in each Landsrad session, so I'm not entirely positive how many points are even up in the air to get pushed through, but that is looking mighty good right there. Good to see. And also, apparently I've still got 23 hours to complete this Landsrad, so we're not out of time yet. I was wrong. I was trying to hammer this out all last second, and turns out that we didn't have to do that. Fantastic. Fantastic. Good news all around. We got possible Landsrad rolling in. We got possible full loot rolling in, seeming like it's going to push that way. We've got 23 extra hours to knock this out. Deliberate. Don't say that. Jane coming in, dropping the follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are ya? Hope you're doing well. Welcome. Don't say that, Deliberate. Because if that's a small percentage, then us only getting to 174 is really, really bad. There's still plenty of time. It's going to get pushed through. Have some faith. Oh, do we know what the next week is? No. I believe we'll know in 24 hours, possibly a little bit sooner. I'm not positive. Hopefully it's a little bit better than it was this week. And hopefully it gets pushed into full loot, because that'll definitely make things interesting. Oh yeah, this is what I need. This is what I need. Hey, hey, hey. Relax, 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 relax. Settle down, settle down, settle down. I don't think I'm mentally prepared yet, alright? So just one at a time. Can we get the melee guy in? No? Alright, fine. What the hell? Where did this guy even come from? Bro, where did this guy even come from? What just happened? This guy just pulled like a Matrix move on me, man. Somehow actually got... I don't even understand what just happened right there. I think we handled that like a champion. Oh, you know what? My suspensor belt's broken, and again, I can't air dodge. Do I have to have a suspensor to be able to air dodge? My suspensor is broken. Nice. Just terrible pathing, but... whoa, what the hell? Fucking... actually slid that shot through the gap. That was insane. Yeah, but I was looking at the door that he could have possibly pathed through. That's what I don't understand. I was looking at the door he could have pathed through, and then all of a sudden he was behind me. Straight up dropped a weirding step on my ass. He's unlocked new abilities. Can I show the map? Curious where this one was? Curious where this one was. Yeah, we are on A8. Correct. Yeah, but both of the doors were blocked though, weren't they? I was standing here staring at this door. Oh. Did he actually run all the way around through this way? That sneaky son of a gun. Wow, 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 wow. Hey, settle down now, settle down now. Let's go ahead and group you guys up. And bro, I hit the X button and it just refused to accept my input. We got input blocked. All right, here we go. Big. Yeah, read you like a book, pal. Nice try, buddy. BJ, hey! The man, the myth, the legend, I'm actually looking for you. Did you manage to get that Ancient Way schematic, my friend? If you haven't gotten the Ancient Way schematic, then I've got an Ancient Way schematic for you. I'm not sure where you're at. I hope you're doing well, though. Very nice. Yeah. That's what I was thinking, Tanit. That's exactly what I was thinking. I was thinking, surely we picked one up out of there, huh? No need to be walking around stuck to the ground. Yeah, hopefully I can catch this shit in a loop, because... Bro, I hate the Atreides and Harkonnen tasks, man. There just needs to be, even if there was 2 more spots inside of the Haga Basin and like 2 more spots out here with Atreides or Harkonnen, I think it would make a big difference. Psych, hello. I hope you're doing well, my friend. I hope you're doing well. We're doing good. I don't know if it was DJ or if it was BJ. I know that Adam... I know Adam gave me some and was like, yo, one of the Carbons needs this. He said one of the Carbon boys needs this. And I said, you got it. I got you then. Yes, DJ, I got you. Where you at? You in the Haga Basin? I see someone shields up. Nice try, pal. Did we get weapons vendor? No, but the second guild swapped Harkonnen. The second guild swapped Harkonnen, Psych, and just because of the sheer fact that the weapons vendor is what was opened this week, it really tanked the price of the Ancient Way. Like, I think I picked one up for like 29 million or something as well. Is the lowest I've seen it. I'm not sure if it's gotten any lower. Ross, hello, hello, hello. Yeah, Ross, when we first rolled on Harmony, that was the rumor that was going around, that there was going to be some big guilds that were going to push into Harmony and roll Harkonnen. We'll see if that continues to be the case. Realistically, I don't really care about the whole Harkonnen versus Atreides stuff. But you're absolutely right. Harkonnen's won the Landsrad 2 in a row. It'll be interesting to see how many in a row they happen to pull off. Especially considering the fact that Funcom basically makes it to where each consecutive loss, you kind of get a massive buff in your next run. DJ, I'm going to roll out there right after this. I'm on my way. So neither of the experience methods that we were talking about in theory crafting at the end of the last stream ended up panning out. First off, the dew flowers were unharvestable. You could not harvest the dew flowers. And then second off, the glutton method that we were talking about, I couldn't get into the glutton area anymore. But it was true. It was actually true that there's a absolute ridiculous amount of enemies up at that area. So, I mean, realistically, if you went and cleared it, siege swap, cleared it, siege swap, cleared it, you might be able to pull some really good experience from it. But, man, I was lagging so bad because of the builds and where it's at. It's so centralized. I didn't try it. Man, Ross, I am so sorry to hear that. That is brutal. We might have been inside it again. Not to change the topic, Ross. That definitely sucks, man. I feel really bad for you. I'm so sorry. My heart goes out to you, bro. That is terrible. Psych, it's not going to be worth it. They already said it's not going to have any competitive advantage to anything. So honestly, it's almost, to me, it's going to be like you're going to look just goofy flying around in that thing. There might be like some good bike race tracks that get put up that utilize it though, but that's literally the only that's the only fun. That's the only fun I could see out of it. Well, everything is locked up, Psych, and I locked everything up even further. But the base was like looking like it had gotten emptied and almost like I don't know, it just looked like it got emptied, bro. And then I took what extra components were like left inside of these chests and moved them over. So everything's unlocked, bro. Like if we got inside it, like I said in the Discord, they literally were just taking scraps out of here. And I'm not even positive that we got inside it. I might have just tricked myself into thinking it. You know what I mean? You're good. Take your time, my friend. Take your time. Yeah, we're gonna have to like rework the whole system here. Not to like, we need to rework the system so we can bring some of this shit back down. Oop. Almost just researched that ancient way. Almost just smooth swiped it. Yeah, I've kind of let this Haga Basin base become a bit abandoned. We'll have to do some TLC on it. That's what I'm saying, Hayden. You're absolutely right. Donatello, hello, hello, hello. Madden finally wore you down, did it? Hello! Hello there. Be careful with these, my friend. Hey, I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Oh. Yeah, be careful with these, especially if this game ends up getting swapped into full loot. It's something that we're definitely going to need to keep an eye out for. I'm not positive, like Deliberate said. Where's the vote? 6,400. It's already gone up. I think it's a surefire thing. It's only been live for they've only been able to vote for 30 minutes. How many votes do they get in total? Like, what's the total vote that they get? Black Hawk, hello, hello, hello. I hope you're doing well. Hey, I appreciate ya. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I have no idea what MCS is, Donatello, but I basically fell off with playing the Madden games when the My Card stuff got all popular. It's definitely looking like it's gonna pull that way, Alex. I'm getting excited for it. I spent, like, I want to say an hour at least inside of the auction house last night picking up tier 5 schematics, and what I realized something, you guys. So I got on the set builder site to try and build up some different tier 5 sets that we can go out here and PvP with and lose, obviously, or win with, obviously, whichever way it ends up rolling. It turns out there's only like 4 or 5 sets that are active in the game. There's like 2 heavy sets. There's like 2 medium sets in the tier 5 version, and then some still suits. What the hell's up with that? What the fuck is going on with that? And there was also something called, what was it called, bro? It wasn't called Chaos. It was called something stupid, bro. It was called something stupid. It's basically the tier 5 version of Pincushion, but I don't even know why it's saying in the game. I'm assuming the only time people have seen it is inside of the Landsrad. But that might just be something that's like not even in the game yet. Yeah, so it turns out there's only like 4 tier 5 sets that you could even work with. It's like Mendex, and then, look, I can look it up right here, bro. You've got Syndicate. We're going to ignore Syndicate, though. You've got Mendex, and then you've got Acheronian. Those are the 2 heavies. And then you've got, what are the lights? And there's a couple of fucking lights. There's a lot less to work with than I had even thought. I thought I was gonna have some things to like build with, and also the difference between Mendex, from what I can tell, anyways. Correct me if I'm wrong on this, but look, the difference between Mendex chestplate and the Acheronian chestplate is nothing. Wait, what the fuck is going on? They are different. Never mind. I retract everything I said. This is completely different. What the fuck's going on with this? -9 plus 12 plus 6. What is going on with Mendex? Why is this so weird? It's getting light dart, energy, concussive, and heavy dart. It's getting all, like, Mendex is all around better than this. Shee! Okay, never mind, never mind. Never mind. Ah, we've got sets for days, Ross. Yeah, no, this is tier 5. There's realistically no reason to roll out in tier 6. I think it does provide benefits, but I don't know. We're not over here. We're not over here rolling in the fucking, you know, schematics and shit, you know. So we're gonna have to, we're going out there in tier 5 uniques, hoping to get some comeuppins. What level did we manage to get to? Not even 180, bro. Not even 180. 172. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. And it turns out that I was wrong about the sets. On the site that I was on, it was basically just giving me the armor value. And so I had just assumed everything else was the same on that. Very interesting. The meta on this server is heavily reliant on range, and even when we were talking to some of the other guilds, they were saying that they were most likely going to be rolling out with Dune Watchers, triple shots, and Hallex picks as the weapons of choice. So somebody's been here. That's not really reliant on range anymore, though, is it? Which makes me think that other people are going to be rolling out there.
On infiltration instead of invasion. On subversion instead of elections. On intimidation.
Renee coming in, dropping that sub over on YouTube. Hello, hello. I hope you're doing well. Welcome. Where do I get the fancy cut array blueprint? Are we talking about the Kynes cut array, Greg? I'm not positive if that's on every single server, but I've only seen that come out of the Landsrad. So if you're on Harmony, that's coming out of the Landsrad. If you're not on Harmony, it might be in the Landsrad, but it's going to be in a different spot. I'm just trying to think, what do you think they're going to be using to attack with? I'm not so much worried about the armor choice. Alex pick obviously going to be the melee, so we're probably going to need some poison mitigation. Plus the Regis triple shot was free last week as well. So there's probably a boatload of those going around, and those are tier 6, but people might still take those out there just because they were free last week. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could lose like 7 Hallex picks and still have 5 in the bank. So people are going to be definitely taking Hallex picks, and I could lose like 3 or 4 Regis triple shots and still be fine. Anytime, Greg, anytime. On Fury, the Kinds is turning in MK3 Holtzman shields. Very nice, very nice. I like the turn-in ones because they're a bit easier to finish off, you know? Grinding out these Atreides guards is just freaking ridiculous. Should be another one. There he is. I've become too reliant on melee, bro. I need to start firing at these things. The forced MK6 buddy cut array is killing. Oh. Dang, man. That'd be a nice one to actually have come out of the Landsrad. That'd be huge. Too slow. So, I'm just trying to think. They're probably not going to be taking out the Regis Disruptor pistol, but they might take out the Tier 5 version of that Disruptor pistol. So that's something we'll have to take into account. And I'd imagine that they're going to roll right back into some sort of like Tier 5 version of a Dart for Every Man paired with a Tractor Field. If I had to guess, that's what's going to be what ends up happening. So I'm just trying to think like, we need the dart mitigation. We need the dart mitigation. But how much do we need compared to how much blade mitigation are we going to end up losing? Okay, beautiful. Nailed it. Gucci coming in and dropping the follow on Twitch. Hello, hello. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. J-Wolf, hi. How are ya? Hi, hello. How are ya? Good to hear, good to hear. I'm doing well myself. I thought I ran out of time to finish taking out these Atreides, but I in fact did not run out of time. I still have 23 hours and I only need to finish off 1,000 more points, less than that. So, huge news, huge news. Boom.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Jay Wolf coming in and dropping that super chat, that $2 super chat with the emoji. Hey, we appreciate you, my friend. We surely do. A frickin' madman, a legend in the making. Is it still gonna be in here? Wow. It's not every day that the son of a bitch who clears this place also takes that guy out. What sort of monster did this? And when will the AI respawn? So many questions. What makes you regret farming Pincushion, Donatello? The fact that we're rolling into full loot, that's fine. You know, that just gives Pincushion a week to sit on the table, because hopefully they stop pushing Pincushion every single week and we actually get something new. Which, in my opinion, so far, like, Pincushion's definitely best in slot. It gives you the best of both worlds. You pair Pincushion with, like, some Syndicate or Forge armor, or whatever gives you that poison mitigation, or like a Suspensor jacket or something like that even, and you're looking good to go. So I think Pincushion, after it's gone, people are going to be like, please bring Pincushion back. So I think those are probably schematics to sit on rather than learn, though I've learned a few of them. Gotta love that random respawn flank where all the characters are made out of texturous clay for half a second and then they try to kill you. It's like my favorite part of the game. Or like when I'm, you know, just minding my own business, sauntering through Arcane, and all of a sudden I see this walking puppet, you know, in front of me. I start to question all of reality. There goes immersion. You guys know exactly how much I care about immersion, and there it goes. Just shot right out the window with that one. Bro. Shit. So if you respawn, do you use your loot, lose your loot and your gear? Man, excellent question. I hope so. I hope so. I think if you die, it says any form of death. Let's go ahead and read it. Let's go ahead and read it real quick. Whoa, 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 whoa. Didn't mean to overheat there, my bad. Everybody calm down. It says, the right of full salvage will apply to any and all battles that occur beyond the shield wall of Arrakis. I don't know, man. I don't know. That to me, full loot means if you die to PvE, all of your stuff is gone. If you die to PvP, all of your stuff is gone. If you respawn, meaning like you die, all of your stuff. Is this guy racing me? Oh, hell no. We're fast as fuck, bro. We gotta fly in fast as fuck. Here we go. Yeah, he didn't even think twice, bro. Smart. Smart man. Smart man. I would hope so, Tanit. And Caustic, man, I don't like the spice hallucinations. Worst part is the audio. The audio hallucinations are too much, man. And they distort not only other people's voices, but they distort AI voices. So both the voices get distorted. Not cool, man. Beowulf, don't even say that. Don't even say that, alright? Because if I go over there and they are, I might cry. So let's just ignore that Beowulf even brought up that might be a possibility. We got you baited on that shit last week, and you know what? We went out there and they fucking weren't. They were not. So we're just gonna assume that they're not. Alright, hey, settle down. Hey! I don't even know where the shotgun man came in. Whoa. I've had enough of you, pal. Hit him with the 4 stab, and they're done. This guy, look at him. Stupid. Yeah! You bladed, bro. 1, 2. Oh, you want to try? Not today, friend. They're either Atreides or deserters. I'm just gonna assume that they're deserters. You're right, they're one of the two though, because I get tags for them. I get the Landsrad progress registered, but check it out. Nope. Mm-hmm. Never mind.
Holds unidentified. Hostile revealed.
Kaboom. Thankfully, we're almost done with this. I thought I ran out of time to do this. I knew that felt early. I actually even wrote down on a notepad the 4 houses that I needed to go to collect rewards from. Just because I thought I was getting ready to lose track of what those were. And I was like, man, I really don't want to have to go search more than what I need to. So I probably should write these down. Easy. Nope, wrong way. Wrong. Nice try, lab. You get me every time, but not this time. No, I'm right there with you, Beowulf. There's no Harko on my Landsrad this week either, I don't think. If there is, I didn't notice it. And I was definitely getting Landsrad progress out there on D3. Well, well, well. Looks like somebody's a little bit slow. A little late to the party, some would say. Nice try, fellas. You're gonna have to wake up pretty early in the morning to catch up with me. We're exactly like the early bird. I'll be right back. Lucy, hello, hello, hello. My friend, I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Oh, so close. 400 and some odd points away. There's some math involved in that. Thankfully, we're going to get it done. Then we're going to go turn these things in, and I'm not positive what we're going to do for the rest of the night. Realistically, probably try and just continue to grind out some levels, maybe theory craft some sort of ability set class build. We might wait until the reset to actually get on the class builder and start theory crafting some sort of oh, here we go. Oh, he's evasive maneuver. Fuck, he was fast on that. He was way too fast on that. It's like he knew I was getting ready to dive bomb him. I think the meta is going to stay range on this server. I really do. Which makes me just think in my head, how do we counter it? Also, how do we counter multiple people? So many questions. Like in my head, I'm thinking like almost... Is there a tier 5 burst drill shot? I think there is that we picked up on. So I'm almost thinking like weirding step again for some reason, bro. I don't know why I always revert back to weirding step. But if we have 3 people chasing us down, if we can even get them to split up in any way, shape, or form while we're bouncing around, possibly weirding step onto one, double drill shot with the burst drill shot, forcing him to dodge out of them. Fucking then what, though? Then what, bro? It's not the first time I've gotten experience for visiting this testing station, so it seems like there's some sort of fucking bug coming back. Wasn't there an experience bug with that shit the other day? And that's why they disabled experience from flying into certain POIs? Classic! Well, well, well. No enemies here. Just begs to question, when were they last here and when will they spawn again? Is this guy back? Maybe this guy is gonna be the clue that we need. He's not even back. Okay, well now I'm confused. If he's not back, then perhaps they haven't respawned yet, which means they may respawn at any moment now. So let's go ahead and see if the chest is respawned here and run it from there. We'll see if they're not back. See, these chests aren't respawned, so I'm assuming this isn't respawned. Oh yeah, Carbon, I'll open up Discord here in a minute. Okay, somebody just landed. Somebody just landed. Are we perhaps getting ready to interrupt somebody's route here? You can time these out just so perfectly to where they're basically respawning as you're coming back in. So let's assume he's coming down the stairs any minute now. Oh, look, here he comes, here he comes, here he comes. Go, go, go. It's a race, it's a race, it's a race. There's no enemies yet. I was lied to. This isn't a race at all. This isn't a race at all. Scared the shit out of me. What a view. What a view. It's about moving time too, isn't it? Sheesh. It's about that time where you have to spend 8 hours moving back and forth and back and forth. Look, I just got 200 experience for hitting that as well. I'm wondering if that's like a visual bug. I think it is. Hopefully these guys are spawned in at least. At least, bro. Please. I only need just a few more. Damn it. Not only are they not spawned in, but they're fresh. These guys are currently fighting this one. Somebody was just Bindu sprinting around the other one. I think our trail's been cut off. MIDI, hello, hello. Carrier storage soon. Yeah, that'll be nice. That'll be nice. With how successful they've been with the assault ornithopter storage, I'm a little bit concerned that we're just going to be now at risk of losing a whole lot more stuff at one time, but you know, the carrier storage will definitely be nice. I don't remember which one it's at, damn it. Ah, whatever. It's over in this direction. It's over this way. Do I have gas? We've got gas. We're ready to ride. Let's go ahead and knock out these 2 tier 6 chests that we can loot up in the PvE zone, and then we'll swoop back to Atreides. We need like 10 more frickin' Atreides kills. Realistically, maybe 15 more. But we're gonna go knock out these tier 6 loots, and then in doing so, we're also gonna be checking out that D3 sector. Oh, D6. Oh, what am I looking for on the thing? Right. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Why is it not showing up on my map? C6, isn't it? I don't know, man. Somewhere over in this direction. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I agree with you. D6 looks familiar, but it's not shown on my map. What is going on? It's like right here. I'm gonna pop open the Discord. I'll accept your invite. I also want to check the check the Dune Awakening damn timeline thing. When are we meant to get next week's? When are we meant to figure out next week's fucking schematics? Europe ends in a day. Oceania ends in 17 hours. Asia in 19 hours. So probably about 17 hours then, I'm assuming. No, you're totally good, Beowulf. I'd prefer it that way. I would prefer it that way. If I'm running around lost, I'd prefer getting told how to get unlost. Landshark, hello, hello. I hope you're doing well. Let's see where we're at on the vote. Ooh, another like 400 came in for it. It's looking good, it's looking good. Let's go ahead and Google as well. How does anybody know the maximum voting power that can get put into the Landsrad? That's got to be close, bro. Like, what's the max? Google has no fucking idea, bro. At least not what I could find. Like, why is the bar not filled up more? Deliberate said that was a small percentage, but I'm not convinced. 7,000 seems like a high percentage. Him! Hello, hello! The bar is totally misleading, you say, huh? Very interesting. Huh, we're in the Atreides. We don't really run Landsrad, though, to be honest. The only two Landsrads that I give two damns about are full loot and then the weapons vendor. Those are the only two Landsrads that I realistically care about. And when it comes to full loot over on the Atreides side, if we'd have won this week, I think there would be zero chance that they would have voted in full loot. So we'd have gotten screwed. However, Harkonnen came in and dominated, and they're actually going to be pushing for full loot here, and I think they're going to get there. I don't know how many freaking points vote. I don't know how many votes go in each week. I've never paid attention to how the votes go in. How many votes are in him? There's 7,000 votes in. Well, that's when we should have woken up. Hello, hello. Look, I don't even have the lab popping up. 70,000? It's only filling up more and more, Landshark. Man, I hope they end up pushing full loot too, but like Deliberate said, 7,000 is still a small percentage. That's only 10%. We're only like we're only like an hour, 2 hours into this thing here. Were there any Solari tasks this week for us? There was, and it was bugged as all hell. It was like 1 point was from 1,000 Solari rather than 1. I think Ross knows the number, but it was like 2.3 million to get up to whatever. I don't think you get points in a 1-to-1. Honestly, I haven't the slightest idea. Oh, him coming in clutch. Him coming in clutch with the information. Big. Before the Solari task, the maximum voting power was 17,500. I'm assuming that's server-wide. Did it go up? Why are you saying before the Solari? What would be the difference with after the Solari task? Would it go up or down? Or would it just go up to 18,000? No, it can't be 70,000, I don't think. That's the amount of points it takes to complete the task, which is what Ross is saying. I don't think that translates into a 1-to-1.
Someone's here. Identify. There. Reveal yourself.
They're deserters. They're not Atreides. Bummer! Hey, Sniper Man, settle down now. The max is 30,000? Oh, shit, dude. Don't say that. So that one Solari task literally buffed it up that high? So basically, that can't be true. So basically, we guys are saying that if you controlled the Solari task, you almost could swing the entirety of the Landsrad vote. That cannot be true. No way. Because you would get so much voting power from that one Solari task? Bro, I'm confused as shit. I've never cared to even think how many total points are in a Landsrad. Hey! Dumbass. That'd be crazy if it... That would basically tip the scales then, that one task. That would be crazy. That's what I'm saying. I feel like there's no way. But, I mean, at this point, Funcom's capable of anything. You know? Oh, shit. Sheesh, settle down, settle down. Hey, go ahead, you two. You got your dispenser blast coming in. There it is, there it is. I know you guys, you're all the same. Easy, bro, easy. Hey, hey. Oh, jeez. Damn. Snuck that one in on me, didn't ya? Did you throw a rock at me? Uh-oh. You don't know what the scaling is for it? I wish I knew as well. I wish. We'll find out. Actually, you think the max is difference on every server determines the ranges between these two servers' voting power is way off? Man, we'll have to try and pay attention to exactly how much voting power it gets. Okay, how many are you all gonna recognize at the same time that somebody's here? Go ahead and say it again. Say it again. Fucking confusing my brain when I've got 15 people around me saying someone is here. Hello? Hello? Who was that? Okay, actually got dicked on. Three of you. I see. Okay, hey. Settle down. Up. Big timing. Dodge, serpentine. Okay, nailed it. You can't keep up now, we're way too fast. And behind. Where's the melee fuckers? They're gonna be running up on our back. There they are. Hit it with a big crippling strike. Okay, for some reason, number 2 came in. Okay, absolutely pissing me off, bro. I hate getting interrupted because there's... Okay, I think we finally got some help coming in, which is big. That's gonna trivialize the AI. That's good. The man, the myth, the legend, later coming in, saving our asses. These 3 melee guys were being mean to me, you see. Hey, back off of him. Yeah, slap him down, my friend, slap him down. Julian, good morning. I hope you're doing good. Good to see ya. Can always count on somebody popping in the chat, doing my job for me. We appreciate ya. Big lag? I don't know what the fuck that was. It's like my character was still moving while he was all in that animation. Huge. The losing side doesn't have votes, so the 2 tradies will be deducted negative 1,400. That's a good point, actually, that you bring up right there. Atreides didn't put in much of a fight this week, though. Atreides didn't put in much of a fight this week, so it's realistically probably going to be all Harkonnen slapping down the votes. But you're right, they are going to definitely lose out on some. Okay, bad. Bad time to drop my shield. Haha, you little stuck there, pal. You little stuck there. Hey. Whoa. Fucking bastard. Slice his ass! Slice his ass! Alright, you got it, bud. Okay, if you're just gonna come step in front of me, bud, go ahead and step aside, pal. Well, change your mind there, because I'm pretty sure that was the final wave. Give us the access granted. Have a hard time figuring out how you can add somewhere to put my carrier at your base without ruining how cool it looks? Yeah, those things definitely take up a good chunk of space, don't they? It's like you gotta be planning for that shit in advance. Let's just all gang up on all of the AI in this side. Whoa! Guys. I got this. Huge gravity nade coming in. Locking them down. Hey, whoa. Oh yeah, you're done for now. See, you separated from your buddies, and now you bit off more than you could. All right. Hey. Shh. We're not here. This guy just throw a rock at me? I don't know what's up with the melee guy and their rocks, but it's like gotta be the worst decision that they could make. Very poor tactical thinking there from the, No, they actually don't, because you still get your voting power for a house, so if an Atreides guild got halfway through a square and Harko ended up winning that square, the Atreides guild doesn't lose the votes they got for what they completed. That's what I'm saying. We've technically taken 174 voting power from the Landsrad. Am I wrong? That's enough with the fire, ma'am. I think we've had enough with the fire. Thank you. Good job, everybody. We're all doing excellent. Excellent work. Excellent work, crew. Hey. You're doing good. Hey, you specifically. Twiz. Big shout out to Twiz right here. He's killing it. Big shots landed. Big shots landed. Who's this? That's AI. Whoa. Hey, Brimstone coming in, taking down the AI, the man, the myth, the legend. Hey, good job, everybody, good job. Excellent. Hey, come on, finish him off now. We don't leave fire guys standing here, otherwise we can't complete the dungeon, right? Come on. Got him, there you go. Big slashes. I'm so surprised. What is this guy got? Infinite health or something? There he goes. There he goes. He's done for. Let me through. Let me through. Hold on. Shh, get out of my. Stop it. Huge. Big race. Big race. I went the wrong way. Haha, I tricked like 4 people going the wrong way. Oh, this guy's a genius. Who is this guy? Who's this guy? Of course it was Brimstone. And then this monster. That fucking monster just standing here, bro. Maniac. Good job, everybody. The voting power for each task is separate goal for each house. It's 70,000 respectively, not for both. That's a good point that you make there. They still had to go through their 70,000, so they got all of the voting power for that as well. Yeah, you're right. So it doesn't actually take off of them. Well, the plot thickens, doesn't it? The plot thickens. Where's it gonna be? Where's it gonna land? How many votes total will come in? I suppose we'll find out. Excuse you. Twiz, watch it. Watch it. Oh, I'm so sorry. That was a misclick. Misclick. Let's fly. There is a large number of Harkonnen guilds that have recently re-rolled onto the Harmony server, Julian. When we first rolled onto the Harmony server, those Harkonnen guilds were saying that they were going to heavily push Harkonnen. They said that they were going to start taking over, and they've now won 2 weeks in a row. Atreides didn't put in much of a fight this week. I'm not sure what happened there. Honestly, I could care less what happens with the Landsrads, to be honest. Like, the least of my concerns, bro. It's like the least fun part of this game, you know what I mean? But yeah, Atreides got brutalized in this one. Yeah, I'm not sure if my mic picked that up, but my kid just blasted the door open looking for me, even though I just walked out of the room. And went, ah! So I'm not sure. My mic, like, doesn't pick up stuff over there. It's very directional, so. Player populations and faction distributions varies from server to server. Yeah, Julian is not wrong in saying, though, that it has become like a running trend where Atreides is like winning Landsrads on I see it all the time. But you're absolutely right, him. And there's a big, like I said, like big group of guilds. Multiple guilds re-rolled on this server. With the plans to actually compete against Atreides. Again, I don't really get into the faction versus faction stuff. Not my style. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Julian. I have no idea what happened to this week. Last week, we actually put up a fight. This week, they just rolled over. Honestly, I'm glad that Atreides just rolled over this week because, like I said, they were never going to vote. Bro, this shit's busted. It's giving me 200 experience every time I fly up to this thing. We'll see when we fly up to the one to the east, but I'm pretty sure we got 200 experience last time we flew here. This game's broken, dude. What the hell was I even saying before that? Oh, right. Yeah, last week they put up a fight. This week they just rolled over. I don't know what happened there. Eurism, hello. Good morning. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever it be, wherever you're at. That's bad news that this guy was just rolling out of this dungeon here. That most likely means that there's nothing in here for us. Let's go ahead and... when we first rolled on Harmony, it was about 50-50. I don't know. I heard different things from different people. But they definitely tipped the scales. Okay, the chest hasn't even respawned. Shit. Oh, yes, I do, him. I've been saving that one for a rainy day. That one's my rainy day servo. He's always been there for me. Even when times get rough, that little servo's hung around. Yeah, J-Rob, it's looking like it's actually going to pull that direction. Him was saying that the maximum voting power prior to the Solari update was 17,500, which means they've already about 2 hours and a half into this thing pushed it towards full loot, and votes are getting split between these two. So, I mean, we'll kind of see how this develops throughout the night. It definitely seems, I would say, above 70. Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm right, especially already looking at the numbers here. Like, they've already pushed it halfway. Like, could it be entirely possible that that was, like, the big push and they weren't able to get it up to halfway? Sure. Also, we don't exactly know what happened with the Solari cap. That might have actually changed the amount of weight some people have when it comes to their voting power, so we'll see. I've never paid attention to how much voting power happens. Like I said, I don't give... Oh, it just got bumped up again. It just got bumped up to 7,200. They need just under 8,000. No, just over 8,000 to push it over the halfway mark. I just don't know how many points come in total, J-Rob. That's the thing. Like, is there 17,500 votes in total? Because that means they need to get, like, over 8,000. Over, yeah. Like, 8,750 or some shit like that. And they're right on the cusp of hitting that, and we're only 2 hours. I just don't know how many votes come in. That's what I'm saying with the Landsrad. Because they're not at halfway yet. I can smell that rain coming in, you guys. I've got, like, severe thunderstorm warnings. That's why I kind of rolled the live stream early, so we could at least get some of this running before it possibly starts to knock out my power left, right, and center. So if the stream ever shuts down, that's what happened. It was starting to seem like we were going to be all right, but that is definitely rain that I smell. Trying to look up the voting power. What tile am I on? Why are we deducting 1,400 for Atreides? I'm just curious. Landshark, I don't know if we've seen a single weapons from the, I don't think we've seen a single weapons from the Landsrad vendor ever end up in the deep desert, but I'm not saying it's not possible. Also, they're voting full loot. I don't know. It's going to be interesting, bro. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm hopeful that it goes full loot, and it's definitely looking like that way. Huge, bro. Yep, we just got another 200 experience, so I don't know what's going on, bro, but it's feeding us 200 experience every single time we come back to this thing. I don't know if it's actually giving us the experience or not, though, to be fair. Fuck. I think I heard somebody. Oh, here we go, here we go, here we go. Why would there only be one? That's the question. That's weird. Like they got left.
Sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, he must have just missed that one. Shit! Shit, 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 shit. There they are. Fuck. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. You gotta be fast. You gotta be super lightning fast. Super lightning fast. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Go, 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 go. They don't know where the thing's at. They don't know where the thing's at. They're not even ready. They're just standing there. They're picking their butts. They're picking their butts. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh, you fucker, you fucker. That one was mine. That one was mine. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. They're gonna kill me, they're gonna kill me. Back up, back up, back up. Alright, you guys. Now you guys are just being rude, okay? Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Yeah, yeah. Oh, there's another one. I thought that was a person. Come on, come on, come on. Big, big, big. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. We snaked 3 of them.
Sector weather alert.
We snaked 3 of them.
Sandstorm is approaching.
Because we're like lightning. Excuse you, sir. It'll be interesting to see what people end up taking out. Flip, I'd imagine Ancient Ways are probably not going to be out. They might be out for a little while, but once they start swapping hands and stuff, I don't think so. Same with the Regis Disruptor pistol, but with the way that the Regis Triple Shot Sniper was basically free last week and how the Hallex pick was free last week, I'd imagine we're going to see a lot of those flying around. I'm interested to see exactly where the meta is going to go. Are we going to revert back to like using the attractor field and a dart for every man type meta that was going on, except for instead of obviously them using a dart for every man, they're just going to be using
A large sandstorm is approaching.
go, 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 go. They're just going to be using the tier 5 version of that. So many questions. Also, what do we even have to fight over next week, right? Is it going to be another shit loot? Are we looking at Pincushion next week? Because how many people are going to roll out there to full loot fight over Pincushion? Nah, Caustic, it's going to be full loot next week. If the vote continues to go the way it's going. And you're right, on my map, it's clearing these labs every single time, so it's counting it as a new one. I don't know why. I mean, I'm not complaining. I'll take the 200 experience. And I'm not even positive that it's actually funneling me. Oh, yep. Did you guys just see the bar go up there? Shee! Are we getting to level 200 tonight? Just flying back and forth and back and forth? Get my Scout Ornithopter, which is still completely broken. No need to ask why it's broken. Oh yeah, we're gonna get the blood extractor. We're gonna get some pin cushion. The compact compactor, the dew harvester. Oh yeah. Big loot coming in next week. Oh, you fucking asshole.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Hey, come on now, settle down. What the fuck was that with the stun? We got scammed. Hide. Safety. Easy safety. What is happening with my shaders? The game's freaking out. Easy, bro. I just had to look at him. Dirty, and he went down. Yeah, that's crazy, J-Rob. It's actually wild. I'm not complaining. Right, that's a decent point. I mean, I suppose you could make the argument, Landshark, that the more advanced blood purifier is the, death still. You know? But you're right, very quickly, the game definitely makes it useless. Makes the blood purifier a useless piece of machinery. Yes, sir. All right, what do you guys think? Are we done yet? Oh, we're not done yet. So close, yet so far away. Now, question is, we've gone from that lab to this lab. Now, can I go back to that lab and get another 200 experience? Does it disappear that quickly? And if that's the case... You think this shit gets you banned, bro? Because, like... I'll fucking fly back and forth and be like, what are you talking about? I didn't even notice. I didn't even notice all the experience I got. Nope, still there. Well, I don't feel like flying that far. It's pretty wild, isn't it, J-Rob? I agree. Pretty wild. Okay. Let's go ahead and blast all of this. Slap it down. Boom, boom, boom. Where we at? Boom. Gross. Yeah, that actually would be a crazy experience method for sure, J Rob. I wish that there was a better blood purifier as well. Are we talking about the same thing, you guys? Because are we talking about the actual blood purifier? Oh, right, right, right. We are talking about the blood purifier. Sorry, not the actual extractor. Yeah, but like I'm saying, the death stills, the advanced blood purifier. I don't know if there's really a need to continue scaling that up. But it's kind of weird that it gets slapped in and then kind of like abruptly taken out of relevancy. Alrighty. We did that one last, and now we're waiting on this one to spawn. I need to kill, like, fucking maybe 5 more, dude. No, yeah, you were talking about that last night, him, and you bring up a good point, and that can easily lead into a up, it's a race. That can easily lead into a situation where you are wasting death stills, wasting water. Go, 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 go. This guy's timing him, bro, and he's working his way back down here. We gotta step in front of his rotation here, like lightning. Like lightning, old man. Get it together. Run a little bit faster, you old fart. Not into the wall. Any moment now, they're gonna come back. Any moment now. We're gonna have plenty of Atreides to take down. Let's go ahead and see. Place your bets. Did this madman take the one out in the back? It's so rare that they do, but this guy is something else. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Beautiful. Beautiful, we didn't even get trapped in the room. Now that's what I call efficiency. From where did you get the long life scanner? I've been finding it inside of the A8 and A7 and A5 labs out here in the A row, Julian. Does it actually pause once you have insufficient storage? Interesting. I was gonna set up the wind traps out here on this run, Caustic, but I just didn't get to it. The week very quickly shifted into the possibility of full loot coming into play. And so we very quickly shifted into leveling up. Bang, bang, bang. And now I spent... Bro, I only had to spend like 5 mil, maybe, picking up cheap tier 5 unique schematics from the auction house. Like, there was all sorts of the tier 5 schematics and shit. We should be fine, bro. We should be fine. Stim leggings, huge. Yes. Yes. Plus, we got 2 Hallex picks and 1 Regis triple shot, but we actually have more of those locked behind schematics, but we could also maybe like do a little plasma cannoning, huh? I'm not gonna pull out Way of the Mirror. No, no, no. No, no, no. But we got 5 Takwa's doubles. We got a Way of the Desert. We've got 7 Way of the Deserts. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. We've got sets to lose. I'm excited for next week. Should be some good old-fashioned fun. Caustic, yes, I have. Last night I actually saw one happen live right when I don't remember who. Somebody was talking smack, and then an NPC lit on fire and died, and I was like, you see? This is what would happen to you if you stepped into the ring with me. I killed that NPC with my brain. I lit it on fire and killed it with my brain. But in fact, spilling the beans here, a little behind the scenes, I paid that NPC earlier in the stream $3 to do that, to set it up for the clip. I still haven't gone and grabbed the clip yet. I didn't timestamp it either. Shit. Maybe a bit of a waste of $3 there. But it was perfect. Perfect timing. Carrier wing is 8, right? What do you mean, Ross? I believe, like, the carrier has 8 wings, I think. Excellent question. Yes, there's 8 wings on the carrier, yes. Him? Yeah, that was absolutely wild last night. We didn't even walk into the room. I was standing right here. They all spawned, and then they all died at the same time. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. That was fucking weird, man, wasn't it? That was really weird. Exactly. We used our brain power to catch him on fire. And $3. Made us look like champions, though, and that punk who was calling us out last night definitely was afraid after that one. He said, whoa. Whoa. Oh, whoa. I heard somebody land. You son of a bitch! You fucking would, wouldn't you? Where'd you come from? Where'd you come from, putty? Where'd you come from, pal? What are you doing up over here, I don't see bodies on the ground, so they aren't freshly respawned. I'm not convinced. Whoa! This guy just blew himself up over there. I don't think he's coming back. I don't think that guy's coming back anytime soon. Not after that explosion. You know, I've been watching a lot of Arc Raiders, you guys, and I'm actually getting really, really excited for that game. Genuinely. Oh, yeah, I'm getting excited for Arc Raiders. Arc Raiders, Battlefield 6, Battle Royale, mind you. RuneScape 3 Leagues, followed by old school RuneScape Deadman Mode. Deadman Mode, I'm incredibly excited for. A hardcore PvP mode where the risk versus the reward is ratcheted up to 12, bro. Not only do you lose all of your items on your body in a game mode that makes PvP everywhere, but you also lose the 10 most valuable items inside of your bank. What a frickin' game mode, man. I tell you what a frickin' game mode. We're gonna get down on some Deadman mode at the end of this year. But like I'm saying, dude... excuse me, sir. I'm gonna need you to leave these Atreides alone for a little bit. They're mine. Also, where the bodies be? Where the bodies be at? Because typically, if these guys just burnt down this place, there'd be bodies here. I see no bodies. Come on, now, come on. I'm feeling it. It's got to be like any minute now, right? Any second now. I'll be back.
Shield on.
Oh shit! We've been ambushed! We've been ambushed! Hey, hey! Get me out of the corner here! Whoop. The tables have turned, haven't they, you son of a bitch, you dirty bastard? Haha, nice try, fellas. But looks like you guys just lined yourself up to be the last kills of my task. Haha! We're the champions now. Do I have cake on my face? We walked over to my father-in-law's to celebrate his birthday today. I just shoved some cake in my face and I came in here and was gonna wipe it off, but then I heard we were getting ambushed. So we rushed to the scene. These guys nearly killed Old Man Jenkins.
Who's there? Shielda, I require assistance.
Bandages are for babies, him. I'm a real man. Oh, whoa! Nice try, bud. Hup, hup, hup. Serpentine always works. Easy. Easy as pie.
I need help. Eyes on target.
All the other chests did reset, so I am gonna check and see. Run, 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 run. Alright, I'm a big baby. I'm a big baby. I need a bandage. Gimme, 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 gimme. Big loot, big loot, big loot. What do we get? What do we get? Emperor's wings. Gross, dude. Not what you want to pull out of a chest, I tell you what. Oh, you son of a bitch. Where'd Big Boy go? Oh, did you guys hear that? That was the closest it's been to our beautiful, posh British lady in such a long time. Mwah. Beautiful. What are we at? That's got to be it, right? Oh, it is, in fact, completed. What a beautiful day it is. What a beautiful day it is. We're officially done working on the Landsrads. I don't need anything else from the Landsrad this week. We do need to go house by house and pick up all of the rewards. And I think, in fact, we are going to go house by house and then pick up the rewards. But then we need to exactly figure out how we are going to grind out some levels. Maybe we start to craft some sets, because I think it's like above an 80% chance that full loot's getting slapped down. Yeah, Caustic, my thing is, like, you can just so easily die to fall damage. If I take the Emperor's Wings out to PvP, it's probably the first thing I'll do. It's probably the first thing I'll do is spike myself into the ground. Oh, nice. Just all the upward momentum gone. Gone for no reason. What's the voting at now? It's still at 7,200. 72-32. But nobody's voted either on either side. I just have no clue how much voting power can be maxed out coming in each week. How much voting power do we expect to see when this Landsrad session is fully voted for? Him is saying that it's 17,500, dependent on the deposit Solari task. This could change things up with however they decide to distribute the contribution of points or whatever. Oh yeah, Caustic, that's actually a really good point that you bring up right there. Excellent point. Let's go pick up all of our lands, rads. We'll figure out what we're doing from there. Let's pause for a second, because some of them might be out here. Mauritania, where you at? Mauritania. Obviously in Dune Awakening. Now where is it gonna be? Place your bets. Haga Basin, Deep Desert. That one's Haga Basin. Get wrecked. Get wrecked. If you voted Deep Desert, you were wrong. What about Wydris? Where are we gonna be looking at for Wydris? Wow, also Haga Basin. Okay. So far, I would have been wrong on both of them. Get wrecked. Where are we at on Maros? Place your bets. Maros has got to be Deep Desert, right? Son of a bitch. This one's in Haga Basin as well, huh? Wow, I'm almost positive we did Spinette last week as well, and that's going to be Haga Basin. Oh, wow. Harco Village there for Spinette. Come in with a curveball there. That's not what it just said. Oh, representative location. Wait, there's one in the Haga Basin too. Can you hit both of them? We're gonna try the one in the Haga Basin because it says there's one in the Haga Basin. B8. B8, actually, no, fuck the Haga Basin. I'm in A8. Why the hell wouldn't I go to... Why wouldn't I go to B8 and go hit up Maros? Never mind, good call, him coming in clutch. It says that there's a representative also in the Haga Basin. Is that new? If that is new, that's a huge quality of life update right there, for real. It's a lie? Damn that website and its dirty lies. Somebody should do something about that. Oh, what a beautiful landing. It looked rough, buddy, but it was actually
Greetings,
perfect.
stranger. Forgive the twitching of my weapon, of course. How small?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. That's what we needed right there. That's what we needed right there for no reason other than the monies. Alright, let's head over to Harko Village. Because the rest of the schematics we picked up, I believe, are schematics that we're going to use for ourselves. Pincushion chest piece is one that I might end up swapping out. Because I don't know why, but I like to use something else other than pincushion in the chest piece slot. Let's get his ass. The unsuspecting victim. Come on, 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 come on. Got him, bro! Absolutely nailed him. Haha! Better like next time, pal. Watch where you're flying. Ba-boom. Hey, very nice. Caustic, you've only got about 3 more weeks after it finally breaches the doors before it starts breaking the rest of it. I'm just playing, I don't know. That does take a ridiculous amount of time, but I'm probably over-exaggerating it. Power Harness or Executors? Executors isn't out enough on this server currently, him. I mean, Executors would be fantastic. Executors, I don't know why I fucking pronounce that wrong every time. Executors would be fantastic, but we keep getting pincushion, so. I've only seen Executors off of the Landsrad. And I don't think I've seen that in weeks. Can I push this buggy into the sand and have the worm eat it? Honestly, I don't know. If the buggies are still pushable, yeah. Not much difference it's gonna make because he's probably obviously clearly not getting back on if his doors have all dropped down to 1%. Speaking of which, I need to check my dew gap. I need to check dew gap. And honestly, I think so after the full loot week, it's gonna be interesting. The dates on this. What's the dates on this? Yeah. After the full loot week, I think we're going to spend a week just like heavily grinding out the Plastanium, both on Harmony and on Dew Gap. Now that Plastanium in Melange is easy AF, we're going to roll over to Dew Gap and do some farming as well. So, because now we've gotten to the point where we can transition into... Now we've gotten to the point where we can transition into just looking for raids, just looking for fights out in the deep desert, even if it ends up being 1v4s, because we're just out there sticking our nose where it shouldn't be, you know what I'm saying? We've gotten to that point, so might as well stock up on Harmony, or on Dew Gap as well, so we can swap between servers on the fly.
Welcome, stranger. If you come seeking treatment, I have all manner of locally...
You're not the you tricked me last time, lady. And you just tricked me again.
Do you have business with me? How's spinning?
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We'll be taking that, and I need to go look over here. Not here. How much do I think? Oh, fuck, not here either. I don't know. I can see if the executor's on. I know it was out like a week before we came on the server or something like that. So I know that they exist. They're just not in like full supply here. Uh, 180 million. What the fuck? That's some real world trading shit right there if I've ever seen it. I do not understand why this weapon sells for that, bro. And I sold it for like 70 something million, dude. If I held on to it, I could probably sell it for more next week. I'm gonna fucking hold on to it. I don't know why it sells for that. We're not like desperate for money right now, so we'll hold on to it. 180 mil, J-Rob, 180 mil. Bro, Harko's fucking popping off. You see all these people flying around? Excuse me, there's way too many people right now. Hup. Hup. Alright, where do we need to go next? Where do we need to go next? We did Maros, we did Spinette. Let's go ahead and take a look at Wydrus. Where are you going to be at, Wydrus? Inside of the Haga Basin. But is that a lie? It's in the Sheol area. Easy enough. Yep, then we're going all the way over to Rift Watch. Julian, it's a mixture of so many things. Hyperinflation from the Solari dupes that absolutely ravaged this server, paired with, I mean, that's basically the main fucking cause, is the hyperinflation from the Solari dupes. But you pair that with, like, people real-world trading for money. They're basically willing to pay whatever. And the fact that it's, like, the most populated NA server doesn't help either, so all of the Chinese bot farms are running in full force, both with the Melange duplication and the Solari duplication and any sort of like duplication you could freaking imagine. Well, that's the thing that is, it's kind of like a double-edged sword, Julian. So on DoGap, the market is like non-existent. You can maybe sell tier 6 resources, but for nowhere near what you can sell them on this server, right? But you also can't buy shit on those servers. But because this is so heavily duped and so highly inflated, it does kind of devalue it a little bit. Like, Melange is basically free.
What are you doing? How sweet.
Hey, an Acheronian chest piece. Very nice. We'll add that. We'll add that to the bunch. That was one of the chest pieces that we actually picked up for cheap on the auction house, and we've added it to like the sets that we'll be using and whatnot. Like, it's nice that the market's active on this server, Julian, but it's also broken. Josh, that's like, you know, I get it, man. I totally do. What convinced me to re-roll and start all over was the fact that I convinced myself that they're not going to come out with character mergers anytime soon, if ever, or character transfers. So I don't think you're going to be able to transfer characters soon or ever. So I was like, you know, we might as well re-roll sooner rather than later. Yeah, no, I'm out of fuel. We're out of gas. We'll see how far it takes us. Hopefully all the way here and all the way home. Hayden, fingers crossed. Hayden saw what was happening. Yeah, we are out of fuel. That's why we're gliding right now. Hopefully we just glide all the way there. Also, somebody on Josh, somebody, when we were doing the quests on this server, pointed out that if you do all of the class quests that you need to in the Haga Basin, so you do the Bene Gesserit, you do the Trooper, you do the Planetal, you do all of them in the Haga Basin, and then once you've completed them all in the Haga Basin and the next step for those takes you into the cities, you then go into the cities and you basically are doing all of the quests at one time. Basically, this takes it from 8 hours to like 4 hours of a grind, just because you're not hitting up the world map and the loading screens so many times to knock out each of the class quests. So if you do the class quests like that, where you're just running it all at once, it's so much faster. Honestly, you bring up a decent point there, but I wouldn't hold my breath on that. The reason I didn't even convince myself they're not coming out with character transfers because they can't handle executing it properly. I convinced myself that they're not going to do it strictly because it is literally just going to exacerbate the problem that these servers are having with a dying population. If they had character transfers, the servers that are currently bleeding population are basically just going to become dead.
You're obviously not one of the Harkonnen logistics off Moritani.
So I'm not convinced that they're actually going to knock that out. You know? I'm just not convinced.
Weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
What the fuck is going on, bro? Big stinky lag, dude. Oh, the storm. The storm is what's going on. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, J-Rob, I mean, that's kind of the dice that you roll, you know what I mean? Yeah, they just close the dead servers and then delete the accounts of the 6 people left on the server, or what? Him, like... Well, Yulian, you're always gonna run into that point where it's like you've basically completed the game, and now that they've made getting tier 6 resources basically a walk in the park, it's just gonna happen that much more rapid. So look, you guys, like, Dune Awakening's not gonna be popping forever, you guys. It's very much so a game that's gonna come and go in waves. Like, it really is gonna come and go in waves. Like, let's be real about it. Like the content just isn't there currently. Now, it's going to come and go in waves, and then maybe when they come out with the console launch, they'll be at a state in the game. A lot of people bring this up in the chat. Like, we're the beta testers for the console release of this game, and they're not wrong. And we can only hope, fingers crossed, that they manage to actually get the game into a state that's actually completed and you know, intriguing all the way through by the time console launches. Well, J-Rob, right, so they've kind of worked their way. Somebody previously, like a week ago, compared this game to No Man's Sky. And I said it's actually in a better state than No Man's Sky, in the sense of it's got a better foundation than No Man's Sky had when it first launched. And, you know, they turned it around and actually have turned that into a pretty decent, solid game. So you're right. We can have our fingers crossed for that, J-Rob, but I sure as hell am not holding my breath. I'm here for the ride though, so we'll be riding the waves of the game as well. But I'm also incredibly excited for some of the stuff we've got coming down the pipeline. We're in the leg siege, Josh. Because without a leg, we wouldn't be able to stand. That's the logic behind that. Damn, bro. Look at this. J-Rob, wasn't it you who was saying you sold your Kynes cut array for 400 million? Bruh, that's crazy, dude. It's all the way down to 55. And I'm just not positive if it's gonna... I'm not positive it's gonna come back up. Shee, that's crazy, dude. Oh, shit, Land Shark. I didn't even think about fresh servers dropping for console. I mean, like, we're talking future plans here, but man, we still got a solid guild running. We might have to run into a console fresh server launch with a little bit more organization than what we're putting into this, to try and actually, like, from day one come in and you know what I'm saying? But hey, that's all future. I'm not positive if they're going to end up doing crossplay servers or if it's going to be like a Rust style thing. With console Rust and console Dune. Power Harness is wildly cheaper than the Executors, which is a bit crazy in my opinion, because I'm with you. If you were going to swap into Executors, you would do it on like the gloves or like the boots or like the helmet or something like that, because you would probably want the power harness in your chest and the dash pants on your legs. Yup, but the Kynes cut array all the way down to 55 million is not a price that I'm willing to sell it for.
Welcome. Would you like to depart?
Oh, what am I fucking putting this stuff away for? Have I lost my mind? Yeah, J-Rob, you're not lying. Yeah, Landshark, I'm not holding anything they confirm to, like, to be, like, etched in stone. I don't think the Funcom developers have earned that luxury from me at this point in time. So I'll just kind of sit in the boat of, like, we'll see. We'll see what they pull off. Shee! What the hell? Okay, all the way down to 50 million. Okay, all the way down to 20 million. I about shit my pants right there for a second. I was like, holy shit, we're selling the pincushion immediately, bro. Ain't nobody gonna buy it for that much except for, like, somebody who's, like, real world trading or something. Oh, yeah. Perforator. I mean, like, 65 million for a gun that, like, for me, holds no use case. I'm gonna sell it.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw Solaris?
Because there's always a chance that something like this pops out next week and then all of a sudden becomes useless. Or, worthless, I should say. Oh yeah, Ancient Way, that's what I wanted to look at. Yeah, 29, that's what I paid for it the other day. Like, I'm about to pick another one up for 29, dude, but I think we're gonna leave it. We're gonna sit on it. Maybe not. Maybe we pick one up. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Fix your shit. Oh, you fucking actual twatlick. You're just gonna, like, hug the fucking thing so nobody else can get in there. It just came out of nowhere, and it's such an annoying bug. What's the disruptor selling for? God, we got this guy playing a fucking car commercial in here or something like that. My gosh. Quiet. Quiet. How do I mute people, bro? Block. Is that gonna mute him? Bro, if I go over here and hear this fucking shitty-ass car salesman music, I'm gonna flip. What do you mean you have a guy that sells them for 15 mil? Like, how's that make a lick of sense? Make that one make sense for me. Alright, what I was looking at is the Disruptor. Not Tier, Tor. Before we were so rudely interrupted by a car salesman. Yeah. That's the music he's playing at his car dealership right now. Guy's lost his freaking mind. Yes, sir. have no idea why this is put up in the auction house for so much, bro. But my ass slapped one of these down last week. And I bought one for 5 mil. And I'm just convinced that this is a slept-on weapon right here. I'm convinced that the Way of the Mirror is a slept-on weapon. And that goes for... There's a tier 5 version as well, bear with me. Way of the Desert as well. Kato, when is full loot? I believe it starts in 21 hours, if I'm not mistaken. This is vote dependent. It does look like the vote's going to swing that direction, but barring any last minute, like, comebacks. Harmony's absolutely freaking broken, Star. It's absolutely broken. Oh, that's what I wanted to look at. I keep coming in here and then looking at schematics. That's not what I'm trying to look at. Melange is, like, staying steady at 3,000. I don't know if they've nipped the dupe in the butt. But Melange has been, like, holding steady at 3,000 a pop. And on a hyper-inflated server, that's still low as shit. So it's, like, still heavily duped.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit? How much Thalaris would you like to withdraw?
Listen, man, I hit the wrong button, you old fart. Let's ride. Harmony is absolutely crazy, Caustic, and so the dupers and the Solari dupers and the real world traders are absolutely freaking through the roof on this server, and that's because it's the most populated. So just statistically, you would expect it to be that way. But it does crazy ass things to the market, just absolutely wild things. You met some people who actually watch the YouTube on Harmony today. Hey, what do you know? Was it the crazy leftists who are just always up in the chat over here on Harmony? Every time I open up the Deep Desert chat, it's just like some crazy ass liberals yammering on and on and on and on. I knew the liberals loved me. What's not to love? If it's a Twisted Metal crossover like I think it is, Skull, then yeah, that might actually be lore accurate right there. We haven't even been out to the Deep Desert much on Harmony, Vanderloo. Are these guys playing it like faction by faction out here? Is that how it works? Like, I don't understand. This is weird. I thought everybody attacked anyone on Harmony. But yeah, we haven't even been out in the Deep Desert too much. Next week with full loot though, hopefully we've got some good schematics to fight over. And hopefully we can get some of us grouped up together. Because I most definitely want to fly out. But worst case scenario, bro, we'll be like scouting out so if anybody was ballsy enough to put down a base or go out there and be mining or something like that, we'll go. We'll look to cause some trouble next week in full loot. Should be some full-on fun. Let's make sure that I do have a Way of the Mirror stocked up. I'm pretty positive we do. Yes. Okay. Alright, I think we've collected all of our lands rads. We've got everything sorted out. That's huge. Do bases that power down decay even without sandstorms if they are exposed to the sun? No. No. Only if they get hit by a sandstorm. Yeah, it goes all the way down to 450 million on that Regis Disruptor, Vanderloo. So, yes, they do. But it's not going to sell. Goes all the way down to 450 on that. Heading into a week of full loot, too. I don't think people are going to be pulling that out. Oh, no. Oh, no. I repaired the wrong side. Oh, shit. Ross is going to freak out. Oh, it gave us unlimited repair even though I only have 12? Big? Oh, big, big, big. We're going to be able to repair the whole thing even though we don't have ammo. Never mind, never mind. It's going to... Oh, no. We just ran out of ammo. No. No. Those back two wings. Ignore them. Yeah, but even once the base's doors are down, the base is still going to be all locked up, Caustic. You're not going to be able to do anything to it until whatever the sub-fief is on breaks, which is probably going to be another couple of weeks, just to prep you for disappointment, because I think you're running into some disappointment there, unfortunately. Unfortunately, that's the big problem, and that's why Funcom needs to come out with some way, shape, or form that they can just flag a base as abandoned if it is very blatantly abandoned, and either A, delete it, or B, let other players go and raid it and delete it themselves. So, give me a minute. I'll be right back. It is so dumb, Ross. It makes sense that they're trying to like not make it so harsh and so immediate to where people with power down lose their base. And that's fine, but there's got to be a level where they obviously label it as abandoned. What's irritating is Google, when I search to figure out what the maximum cap is, not that I don't believe him, but just to see if it's like actually solid, it tells me there is no hard cap. Well, there is a fucking hard cap, because you can only earn so many points. So the hard cap that one guild could earn, or any fucking one person could earn, is the maximum amount of points that you could possibly earn. Rob! Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, this server is definitely popping. They call it the most populated server on NA, and they're not wrong. Because it goes freaking hard, bro. Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of people on here. And unfortunately, the game's kind of like boiled down to a lot of people on one server in each and every single region. So like in Europe, for example, PAX is the populated server over in Europe. No, I totally agree with you, Ross. It is like 3 weeks without power, which is crazy. It's just absolutely crazy. 3 to 5 days. If your base goes without power for 3 to 5 days, you fucked up. Or you quit the game. I agree. I agree with Ross. Taxes are another thing. Taxes, you can like easily let those slip. Even those are fairly simple. I think the taxes should actually just pull money directly from your base, which would end that problem. But I agree with Ross. If you run out of your power for your base for 3 to 5 in real life days, your ass either quit the game or you fucked up before you went on vacation. You're obviously going to run into situations where it's like, I had an emergency happen and I had to leave my house before I was able to actually get my base powered. But we can't just let the Haga basins just rot with their FPS because of all these decaying bases for the sake of that select few cases that would even be a problem in. A star? That's the dumbest thing. That's the dumbest thing I've heard, but what's funny is, like, you're right. They are planning on doing that, aren't they? They are planning on sending out emails for something like that, which is just crazy, bro. That's just freaking crazy. I don't know who's checking their emails nowadays. Hello there. Hello there. We had a second buggy get built up throughout the week. When did that show up? Oh, welcome. Oh, some sneaky bastard already knocked these down. That's all right. This is a twofold run here. We're looking for aluminum. We're looking for titanium. We're looking for stravidium. Any and all of the above. I mean, Krieger, that definitely sounds like a system that would require competent devs, and like I don't want to glaze Once Human because I'm not very happy with that game either, but that sounds like a pretty solid system. Well, that's what I'm saying, you can't sacrifice the state of the servers over a very select few cases that would even be a problem and would be why somebody's base powered down. Though I'm sure that would happen just out of, like, the sheer amount of people that, you know, played. I'm sure there's one or two situations where that would happen in, but they're way too generous as is. And it wouldn't be a problem if the decaying bases didn't absolutely tank server and Haga Basin performance. Like, we wouldn't even have to be having this conversation if performance wasn't completely kneecapped when these bases start decaying. We've got a flyer. We've got a flyer. We gotta fight it. Oh, no, he just came from this direction. That's not good. That does not bode well for the gains on this run here. The titanium down. My titanium alley's been shafted. We've got another flyer over here as well. You cheeky. Up, up, up. Go, 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 go. He doesn't see it. He doesn't see it. Back it on in. Back it on in. Oh, oh, oh. There's a guy in the ground. There's a guy in the ground. Fuck him. We're faster. Haha. Get faster, bro. You're way too slow, man. Hey, that's what happens when you mess with lightning, pal. You get shocked. Oh, nice. Is it Harkonnen or Atreides? Caustic? Because 45% is still a decent amount of time, but at least it's not like a fresh 100%. And once the foundation pops, the thing will pop as well. But that's still like a few in real life days worth of time, and that is entirely dependent on how many storms actually hit the base. Because if you have storms flying north of the base and south of the base and not hitting the base, then the base isn't taking damage. Oh, it's Comb, so that's definitely going to help you out on the timeline as well. That'll help with the timeline, that's for sure. I don't care what they do with it, him. I get what Ross is saying, But I don't give a shit what they do with it. If Funcom doesn't want other players looting it, then they just need to delete it. I don't give a fuck if they delete it. I don't care if they save it in the sub-fief that they can claim for. I don't give a damn what they do. But they gotta do something to these bases that get flagged as abandoned because they're killing performance on servers. Back it on up. Oh, what a wheelie on that one. Damn. Somebody said this affects it as well. So we should go and get more than 117 per cut now. Caustic, if you watch a chest decay from Storm, you can actually loot the items that fall out of the chest. But they are put on a 15-minute timer. So you can loot the items, but you've only got 15 minutes before they despawn. Yeah, the storms inside of Haga Basin. When last time I was looking for cheater bases on Harmony, there was a base that was decaying that had some plastanium chests that were super low health, and the storms were coming every single hour. So basically, just every hour, I would fly out and see if the storm hit it and see if it popped the chest. But you are right, it definitely is like a bit of some luck as to whether or not you're even going to be on or whatever during we got fucked on this trip here. We've got some flyers farming this shit like crazy right now. Let's peel off further than we typically go and see if we can find some over there. Actually, I've never gone up north. I've never gone up here. Hello! Oh. See, what sucks about up here is this is very, very visible to ornithopters. And I noticed the other day when I saw a buggy driving around, I was like, damn, you can get to so many more spots so much faster than an ornithopter than with a buggy. Which might actually make it to where the Kynes cut array works its way back up in price, is what I'm hoping. I'm hoping in a week or two we manage to sell that thing for 400 million. At least 150. Nice. So far, so good on this thunderstorm that's supposedly meant to be rolling through this area, but I do want to bring it up again just in case. Just in case the stream ends up powering down at any point in time, it was because of the thunderstorm. Just so you know. If we disappear, it's because our power got cooked. It's actually funny, Ross. You're right. There are a few people who build over the veins. I think it's comical. I think they've just become accustomed to, like, playing the game on their Steam Deck at work or something like that, where they just come back to the game every 45 minutes. So if they don't have that, like, mobile game fix to hit them with every 45 minutes, they don't know what to do with themselves. I've yet to bother to venture this far this wipe. Art, hello, hello. We're doing good. How are you doing? Caustic, can you really just mine through somebody's pentashield? I didn't know that. I mean, it makes sense, him. I get it. I remember when I was working at Walmart, there was leagues for old school happening, and I would be fishing sharks during the leagues on mobile. Silent Storm coming in and dropping that follow on Twitch. Hello, hello, how are you? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. I've yet to bother to venture this far, so I have no idea where the nodes would typically spawn, so I don't know. I don't know the route I should be taking right now. Jen! You did all your mining at work while you were on mobile. Yes, exactly. I did the same thing. Just hit level 183. Not too bad, Art. Not too bad. Slowly but surely closing that gap. Honestly, Star, even coming out here into PvP, it's the same thing. Same thing. Except for instead of people building over nodes, you've just got people cheating. Definitely varies from game to game. Dune has not been terrible when it comes to cheaters. Not perfect, but you know. Not terrible. Well, 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 well. Look who forgot to turn their power on. This goofball. More bugs than cheaters, that's for sure. Well, I said we were coming out for aluminum and stuff. I didn't think that it was going to be, you know, the majority aluminum. We've got multiple flyers rolling around, though, knocking down the nodes like crazy. There's a titanium, I think it's stravidium, actually, right there. It got cooked on. Another titanium that spawns up right here. Gone. Let's see if my titanium row over here happened to respawn in the time that we were driving around. It's possible. I think it's a 15-minute respawn on these nodes. I'm not 100% positive on that. Like one stravidium there. Nope, that's titanium. Stravidium there. It's gone. It's all gone. We've got maniac miners on tonight. They're freaking mining out these nodes right as they spawn up on a loop. They even found the hidden node right next to that guy's base. They never find that node. It's a monster on the server tonight. Hey! Well, well, well. Looks like you didn't get all of the nodes, you sons of bitches. And you know what? We went from 117 to 122 titanium, so confirmed. Even though it's just cutter ray, it does in fact affect buggy cutter ray mining as well. Very interesting. Makes you wonder if that's a bug and or intentional. Well, 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 look at him reading the whole description of the fucking passive ability, huh? You're a maniac, Kim. You're a frickin' maniac. Oh. Alrighty. Let me check the power on this base. I have not checked I have no idea what we're at. I know it's just about moving time. I just about got to tear this thing down. I mean, we got about 24 hours left, so I'm not positive what runs out. Abraham, I don't know. Where'd you hear that? Did you hear me say that? Is that what you're asking? I'm not positive. I don't know who was all here at the start, but did anybody see the Easter egg inside of the starting soon screen? It happened yesterday too. We like to have fun around here. You know, we have some fun around here, right? We play around here, you know. Abraham, the only merging of deep deserts that I've heard has been speculative. I don't know if there's been any sort of official announcements yet. Well, since my titanium respawned, it's entirely possible that this was getting ready to respawn as well. So hopefully we roll down here and see some nodes. No. Oh. Oh, we've got a couple. Fly in. Don't mind if I do. Oh, you cheeky son of a bitch. You almost escaped me, didn't you? Well, I don't know why the Stravidium hasn't popped up. August, hello. yeah. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, that actually shit, bro. When's that launch? That comes out next week. I've got so much coming on. I can't realistically focus on a PoE 2 reset, but I might jump in and dick around with it. What I'm excited the most for about that, or with that, is the fact that they've gotten rid of you having to go through the campaign twice. I hated that so much, dude. I hated that. Bro, I hated going through the campaign twice. It was so dumb. And so they've changed that up. Has me super freaking excited, man. And I only, like, was half paying attention to some of the changes that they made, but I liked it. I liked it a lot. Aren't they coming out with a new class as well? Yeah, that should be some good fun. That should be some good fun. Oh, 2, really? Yeah, I only like half paid attention to the announcement, but from what I was seeing, I was like, shit, that looks really good. They made some big changes. Fuck, dude. Ah, Hayden, even if we took a spill off of that cliff, we'd be alright. I would just have to go grab the carrier. And hope nobody came and thumpered it, but I don't know if you can thumper something that close. Go, go, go. That node's probably getting ready to respawn if this one is. It looks like we're hitting it on the perfect time. There's supposed to be 2 over here. Perfectly timed. Oh god, I thought we were going up it. Here we go. Maybe if we go forwards. You'll make it, Buggy. Go, go, go. Just enough speed. We went. Oh, we made it way further backwards. Alright, alright. It's got some backwards climbing power, but it's got the torque when you're moving backwards, which helps you climb up the hill, but it's got the speed moving forwards. Very interesting. Yeah, I think I'm gonna still hold off on PoE 2 and wait for that game to kind of flesh itself out a little bit more. I'm not huge into the top-down ARPG style games anyways. My first experience with one of those was with Diablo 4, and the only reason I jumped into that was because they were doing that world's first race with the hardcore characters. And just, I'm so competitive, dude, that I couldn't resist jumping in and running it. Obviously, we weren't even close, but I couldn't resist. And then I had fun with Diablo 4, so I was excited with Path of Exile 2, gave that a shot, and had a decent amount of fun. Frackin' beautiful. By the skin of our teeth, we were catching that node right there. Driver, hey, very nice, very nice. If you ever want a guild invite, I believe we've still got plenty of room. We've also got some inactives, so if we don't technically have room, I can make some room for you. Just holler at me. But this is the server where the action is over on North America, so it should be some good fun. No, leg is driver. Yeah, the guild's base is located on the leg siege. Thankfully, you can basically swap between sieges now. You're not hard locked onto the siege that you initially pick. It's just a matter of moving your base from one to the other using the world map swapping method. This guy blocking the path. Yeah, for sure. That's what I'm saying, man. Just holler at me. Holler at me if you guys ever want the guild invite, or if you guys want to run your own guild and and just group up with us in that sense as well. No big deal. No big deal. 6 to 1, half a dozen to another, as they say. Well, well, well. Oh yeah, no rush, driver. You guys do you. No rush. Whenever you're ready, if ever you're ready, just holler at me. It's not that big of a deal. Harko's been dominating the lands rat as well. Our second guild actually went Harkonnen. Jed, hello, hello, hello. Yeah, that's crazy. Somebody actually was just talking about how they can farm through the pentashield. I did not realize that, Jed. That's crazy. Yeah, it's actually wild. The second guild did go Harko, driver. They did. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There's been a whole 80 points that have been put to weapons vendor again. They're still nowhere near catching up, but however, we've got 20 hours and 41 minutes remaining on the whole voting session here. Oh, shit. We just had a power flicker, you guys. Hey, if my power goes out, man, and the stream shuts off, that's what happened. I'm so terribly sorry. Speed coming in with the follow over on Twitch. Oh, welcome, my friend. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. Hi, how are you? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, I'm not here to play semantics either, him. Top down, isometric, I don't care what you want to call it. I'm not a huge fan of it, but I did enjoy Diablo 4 and I had a lot of fun in Path of Exile 2. And I also play a top-down MMO, Dofus, that French MMO. I played that a lot growing up and even sometimes recently. Yeah, over in the Discord, driver, you're going to want to hit up a Blue Sheet or J-Wolf over in the Discord. They'll be able to hook you into that second guild. Let me jump on Discord, speaking of which, and take a double peek at the schedule here. It's definitely a big one, Droid. Looks really good. I couldn't agree more. Okay. The North America Coriolis storm starts in 20 hours. Okay, so we've got actually a decent amount of time left. We've got over 24 hours. 26 hours and 40 minutes, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe 27, 40. That's plenty of time. We don't need to leave here. We don't even need to start packing up. Realistically, during tomorrow's stream, we can pack up. That's typically what we do, isn't it? Anyways, isn't it? Enough time for what? I don't know what you're talking about, him. Enough time for us to continue to leave the base out here. There's no reason to pack up. We still have a shitload of time. Plenty of time to do some farming, and plus I could do some back and forth on the spice-infused plastanium as well. Son of a bitch, driver. You know, that pisses me off so bad. These stupid Discord links. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. This is just so frustrating. These links, they aren't... They don't last forever. That's annoying, man. I don't want to have to update the description every couple of weeks because the link itself becomes invalid. That doesn't make sense. Honestly, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know enough about Discord. I was forced into creating a Discord because of you guys. You absolute madmen. Coming in here, supporting the channel enough to convince me to make a Discord, and now here we are trying to figure it out. Oh, I'm sure there is. Yeah, now that T brought it up, I'm sure there is some sort of setting that I just missed. Totally classic me not reading the fine print. Jay, don't even say that. Jay, you need to take your negative attitude and you need to fix it, all right? Get it on up. Take a screwdriver to it and fix it, okay? It's surely going to push full loot. Look at this swing. Look at this vote swing. What's the max total? I just don't know enough about this stupid Landsrad to know the max vote. What's the maximum vote? Him is saying the maximum vote is 1,700 or 17,500. And for some reason, he's saying that you need to take 1,400 points off for Atreides. And I think he's saying that because Atreides won 2. Atreides won 2 tiles. I think is why he's saying that. I don't fucking know for certain. So that would leave it to 16,100, which means they would need to get to 8,200 or so. 8,000 65 points in order to swing it. And now Julian is saying that they have 21,600 voting points inside of their pool. This is currently as it sits, Julian. And so I should have mentioned that all of that was dependent on whether or not this new Solari task gave out points differently than the other ones. Speed, I really desperately hope that the Deep Desert's going to be interesting this week. I couldn't agree more. Jay's coming in here and he's not convinced it's going to push to full loot. And then we had somebody at the beginning of the stream as well not convinced it's going to push to full loot. But if we take a look at this vote swing here, I mean, there better be some big votes coming in towards weapons import rights. Otherwise, this thing is most definitely still going full loot, which most definitely is going to make next week interesting. And hopefully we have some actual schematics to fight over as well. Be nice. That's what I'm saying, Speed, but I just don't know how many points can get put into the system. If it's 16,100 like him is predicting, then it's not quite pushed over the limit yet. It's getting close, though. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. It's got to be a for sure thing at this point in time. I doubt it's gonna swing like that, him. I doubt it. I bet it's still gonna be 700 per tile. Yeah, that puts it at 16,100, T. That's what we were talking about. And 16,100, they need more points. They need like 700 more points. Zero chance I'm gonna re-roll on another server and do these class quests again. Zero fucking chance, bro. The leveling is crazy. I think full loot's gonna be fun. It's actually gonna make dying at these labs while you're trying to hold them or while you're trying to contest them, it's gonna make it hold a little bit more weight, which I'm really excited about. That definitely excites me. Droid, I'm really hoping that the Deep Desert loot pulls through so we can get full loot paired with some actual schematics to go out there and fight for. Yeah, we can only hope, though. We can only frickin' hope.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, shit. 1 minute until a sandstorm, huh? What kind of warning is that? Oh my days, it's right on my tail. Enough to let me know that I'm screwed. Thankfully, we're gonna be just fine. Just fine. We are gonna have to park in this thing until it passes, but we'll be alright. Oh, that's gotta suck, droid, because these storms absolutely rip through your ornithopters. The boulders that fly through the air will tear you up. And I can imagine it's even worse the bigger the ornithopter. It tore up my scout ornithopter, so I can't imagine like an assault or let alone a carrier. Yeah.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Gotta get out of here, bro.
You think she'll be alright? I think she'll be alright.
Doing, bro, fly away. Oh my god.
Why would I fly away, you dumbass? Why would I fly away when I could fly in, you stupid? Fly away.
Crazy, bro.
What, you stupid? The storm was here, buddy. There's no outrunning the storm, pal. You think I have these guys stuck in this area? We kind of shoved our nose right into this door. We might have them stuck. Also, it doesn't look like my thing's taking damage at all, which is huge. You think I got him stuck? That'd be so funny. We're gonna hold him here. Just for giving me stupid, bad, shitty advice of flying away. Damn, he made it out, but not without a fight. Not without a fight, he didn't. That's exactly where the small shipwrecks come from, droid. Jed nailed it on the head. Damn, took the wings down all the way from 90 all the way down to 10. That's crazy. All right, let's go knock out D3. We might end up going and trying that one Masquerade. No, that one, sorry, it's not Masquerade. I don't know what sort of enemies are sitting there. It's where the Glutton's at. And you can end up, getting some decent experience if you bounce back and forth and kill the enemies in the area of wherever that glutton spawns. However, I was getting a bunch of lag there because of all the builds that are in that area, and I'm assuming that's the same from siege to siege to siege, so that might be more trouble than it's worth. Free loot! Very nice. That beats having to deal with the AI for like a good solid 15 minutes here, so. Absolutely huge. On Almut, there's hardly any lag, and that's with you all the way here in the West Coast as well. Damn. Very nice. Telling you, man, these sieges have just been... The more decaying bases on a siege, the worse it is. So that's good to hear. Yes, him. They're everywhere on the leg siege. They're everywhere on a lot of the Harmony sieges. It's the more bases that are decaying on a siege, the laggier it gets. That's why if you have a storm roll through while you're on the Haga Basin, it just absolutely hammers the frame rate. Just really, really tears it down. I never experienced lag in Sentinel City him until like week 2 or week 3 of the game. And that was because there was now decaying bases all over the place. So you're not wrong in saying that all the lights over there and all of the assets over there definitely contribute to the lag, but for the first couple weeks of the game, I wasn't getting lag in Sentinel City or anywhere for that matter. But the second bases started becoming abandoned and decaying, shit fell apart. Yep, the servers are definitely doing a ridiculous amount of calculations to each and every single piece on each and every single build, because all of them decay at different rates depending on where exactly the storm hit them and how much damage determines what texture it's using. Yeah, there's a bunch of ridiculous calculations that take place. That's definitely what's causing the lag. I've heard that, Marco. I've actually heard that. People say the Harkonnen ones are actually even worse. Does it really, Souls? That's interesting. So now I'm wondering if it's like the servers being out for a little while too. Then 2020 brings up exactly kind of what I was just thinking. Like they intentionally downgraded their servers to make them run more poorly. Because I'm telling you, for the first couple weeks of the game, I did not have any lag in Sentinel City. It wasn't until bases started becoming abandoned, or so we thought. That's just what Funcom wants you to think, when in reality what they did is they downgraded their servers, those rat bastards. I'm saying Funcom needs to definitely start deleting these very obviously abandoned bases. That's for sure. That only needs like 1,000 more points, and it's 100% swung in my opinion. I think that if all of the rest of the guilds in Harkonnen voted for the weapons vendor, it would end up swinging weapons vendor. But it'd probably have to be every single point left in the Harkonnen would have to vote that. No, Ghost, I agree. I agree. Open it up to be rated from the public. Yep. But if they don't want, for whatever reason, they don't want the public getting a hold of the loot from these bases that are abandoned, then they have to flag them and delete them. They've got to do something. They can't just leave it killing the servers like they are, you know? It is very close, him. That's what I'm saying. 600 points, give or take. At 16,100, they need to hit 8,050. But they need to hit 8,050 to take it over 50%. Like that number changes the second that any of the points get pushed over to this one right here, which they have. And that's also running off of the assumption that it's 16,100 and not for some reason lower or higher. So I'm not too worried about it. I've got a decent amount of these tier 5 unique schematics built up, so by the time we start tomorrow's live stream, we'll know 100% whether it's going to be full loot or not. And then tomorrow we'll be working out setting up the gear sets, so we've got a chest filled with multiple sets that we're ready to pull out on repeat, you know what I'm saying? And I suggest anybody in the guild who's interested in getting down in some PvP do the same thing, you know, build up whatever set that you're looking for and just try to build up as many of them as you can. Bada boom, bada bing. Well, I'm basically going to be running it exactly like I did in old school RuneScape 2020, and when you gear up to go PKing in old school RuneScape, you don't buy one set of black dragonhide. You know what I mean? You buy 10 sets of black dragonhide, and you buy 10 rune crossbows, and you buy 10 rune kite shields. Now I'm talking like old gear sets, old PKing back in the day when I was a kid. What you buy now is different, but the point that I'm making stays the same. Exactly, the same thing in Albion. Souls, I don't know, man. I don't know. The organization in this guild is lackluster, to say the least. But I honestly don't care. We're free flowing, and it's whatever. As to if we end up getting anybody who's on and getting ready to come out and down to fight, who knows? I suppose we'll find out. If we don't, If we don't, that's only going to just shift slightly how we're going to go about running into the PvP. Because it's full loot, I'm not going to go shove my fucking nose into the PvP island where there's groups of 4 running around. You know what I'm saying? Instead, we'll probably have to go see if we can't find like some bases or whatever and run into PvP kind of the same way we ran into PvP on Harmony. Where obviously we're still going to end up shoving our nose into a guild of 4, but hopefully we also find a solo player or 2 running around, a duo running around or something like that. Honestly, driver, 6 to 1, half a dozen to another. We should be able to get some people between the first and second guild with some assault ornithopters to help you guys move. But if you're saying you're not experiencing a whole lot of lag on Almut, I know that Dew Gap crashes every so often and is pretty damn laggy. And like you were saying, like, but I mean, hey, you want to roll over? We can for sure get some. I mean, I don't want to say for sure. It's always like a fucking flip of the coin whether or not we're able to organize people around here. If full loot is enabled, the arrow will pop because people will look for the MK5 uniques. I mean, you would assume that they would have been doing that all week. You would assume that they would have been doing that all week, and that's why last night I spent at least an hour inside of the auction house just grabbing some of these tier 5 gears, any of them that were reasonably priced. I just picked them up in bulk. So I should be able to craft some tier 5 sets for days, and I suggest anybody in the guild who wants to PvP next week do the same exact thing. Run out to the auction house and try and snag some of these at the lower price. What I found out is like there's not too great of a difference between set A or set B, so it's like just get whatever tier 5 set you can manage to find for a decent price. I think Fib was even talking about just rolling out in still suits next week is very much so things that people are going to be doing. So it's going to be all over the place. You're going to have nakeds running around. It's going to be an interesting week next week if this thing ends up pulling full loot, which it hopefully does. It's just about locked. They need, like, if they got even 700 more points, I think I would consider it locked. But realistically, even 500 might actually lock it. I'm not positive. He's a close one. It's as in it's almost locked. It's almost set. $173. I mean, 7 more levels, and I'd be just about calling it as to, like, I think I mean, even at 173, that's a decent amount of levels to slap together a build here. We might do that tonight. We might slap together the class build tonight. I'm just not positive what we want to do here. Like, are we going to try and counter what is most likely going to be a range meta with another range meta? And if so, what's that range meta going to be? Is it going to be the sniper? Is it going to be the cope pistol? Is it going to be this way of the desert? So many things in the air. I think I'm excited for next week because I want to do some experimenting. I want to take this right here. Not only Mendex Rattle, but where's the other one? The Scrubber. Yes, the scrubber, Mendex rattle. Yeah, we're gonna be doing some testing next week. I wouldn't be surprised with how free Plastanium is and with how free Melange is if some of these actual bigger guilds are actually rolling out here in tier 6, which means two things. Like if you're rolling out in tier 5, you're going to be at a disadvantage, but you're also going to have the possibility for a come up. But that kind of determines as to whether or not, like Souls was asking, are we going to be able to actually group up and push into some PvP? It's entirely possible, because when we do get a group together, like when we were rolling with J Wolf, Psych, Blueshy, Jed was there, Adam was there. Like, it was decent, you know what I mean? Pipe cleaner needs to be the mid-range meta. It's the pipe cleaner. I'm assuming that's a tier 6. Let me look it up. Search forever on this. Yes. I'm telling you, I don't know if assault rifles are going to end up working their way into the meta, but I think that's a bit of a slept-on weapon. Just hasn't been utilized very much. And I think that, I just think it's slept on. It'll be interesting to see. Him, I honestly don't know what you're talking about. Bang! Hello, coming in, dropping the follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Oh, welcome, my friend. What's the best tier 5 weapons? It depends on what the meta is in your server. Like, when I was over on DoGap, the meta was very much so melee. So, basically, you'd be looking at your Corette Viper. That would be your best-in-slot weapon over on DoGap. But over here on Harmony, it's completely different, and it's a range meta. So, you're probably going to be looking at, like, the Way of the Desert. I'm convinced is a slept-on weapon. But, like, Thufir's best, this is the triple shot, I believe. No, that's not it. The 5-finger triple shot sniper rifle is really solid. The Cope pistol is actually really solid as well. But then even like Peter's Disruptor is something you're going to be wanting to look at. It really just depends on what the meta on your server is and what sort of fights that you're getting into. Wingnut coming in, dropping the follow on Twitch. Hello. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. The Adept Disruptor pistol, like Vanderloo's bringing up, a lot of people are running. I don't think I've got any of the Adept Disruptor pistols, but a lot of people are running the Regis Disruptor pistol this week because of the shield crack, and that's pretty solid. So I'd imagine the Adept Disruptor pistol is going to be being run as well. When it comes to the assault rifle, I'm looking at the Scrubber as being the most interesting, because this does a damage per shot of 68. And I think it does a... I think this does a shield damage shot of like 30. And then Mendex Rattle only does 39 damage per shot, but like a shield damage shot of like 17 or something like that. But then we've got Thufir's best at 262 damage a shot. I don't know how much shield damage per shot it does. I don't think it even matters because this is a slow fire rate, so they'll end up just regenning shield. But the point being that this actually gives you some actual distance. You heard some PoE talk but was not at your keyboard. You can't wait until Friday to check out their update. Their update's definitely incredibly exciting. There's a lot of good things coming out of that thing. And like Naz is bringing out or pointing out, these are not used. People do not use these because they're not good. Does that mean that they're not good in every situation? I don't know about that. You know, if we were going into an 8v8 situation where we've got 2 people on the front line and 3 people sitting in the middle line and then 2 people sitting in the back, you know, those 3 people in the middle line, it might end up like benefiting them to if they can sit off to the side and lay down like just constant fire with like a Mendex rattle or like the scrubber, you know what I mean? It could entirely end up. It's like Dune Awakening's meta is a shifting meta right now. The meta here has been shifting week to week to week to week. And we're getting ready to roll into full loot. This past week, the meta's been the Disruptor pistol. If we roll into full loot, people aren't going to be taking out their Regis Disruptor pistol, and maybe the Adept one just doesn't work as well. So it ends up shifting next week's meta, even though it wasn't technically a shift in meta because people found new techs or found new strategies or anything like that. It's back. Let's see if we've got the whole row cooking here, huh? We just might. We just might. When the Seeds comes out, it'll be meta for sure. It's basically better than the Disruptor pistol. If I'm not mistaken, let me look that up actually. The Seed is the upgraded version of the Cope pistol. Oh, for fuck's sake, I clicked on the... Here we go. Damn, it actually does a shield damage per shot of 404 as well. Holy shit. Yeah, you're dead right then. Well, what the fuck? Does the Cope do a 1-to-1? Oh my god, the Cope does 306 shield damage? That can't be true. That means a Cope pistol 3 taps. Yeah, that has to be a lie. That has to be a lie, because the Cope pistol does not 3 tap my shield. I'm with Cones on that. That has to be a lie. That's not true. Yeah, I know it doesn't do damage to the shield because only Disruptor weapons are meant to do damage to shields. The website's got that wrong. Cope. Now, if somebody's shield goes down and you shoot them in the head with a Cope pistol, you're going to kill their ass. I'm pretty sure that's a 1-tap. But their shield has to be down. I don't think the Cope in itself does shield damage. That's not what we're talking about, though, Vanderloo. The Adept Disruptor pistol does damage to shields because it's a Disruptor weapon. The Cope on the website says it does damage to shield, but I'm almost positive it doesn't. The Snubnose is basically like the tier 0 version of the Cope, which again does not do damage to shields. What the fuck are you talking about? Give me a second. There's no way. It doesn't even pop up on the site that I was using previously, so I wouldn't even be able to tell. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, T. I wish that they were a little bit more accurate and specific with their details, man. We shouldn't have to test so much shit in this game to figure out what's going on with it. But that's definitely interesting, 2020. If that is how that works, even in PvP, very interesting information. What about drill shots? Are they any good? You've been melee this whole time? No. Drill shots, at least on this server, are not very good. I don't know why. They just don't do a whole lot of damage, and basically people are using a range meta on this server anyways, so they're firing and their shields are dropping anyways. So it's like you do the damage with the drill shot, it's just like you could be doing more with something else. And since it's not a melee, since this server's like not melee focused, it's like getting hit with a drill shot and having to dash out of it and losing a bit of some stamina isn't totally the end of the world. Right, is used to bait out their stamina, but the stamina regens pretty damn quickly, and like I said, people aren't worried about having the stamina in order to fight in melee on this server, I'm telling you. Yeah, Naz, you're right. The Ambitions 4-shot is definitely, like, necessary to bring any of the drill shots up into, like, a competitive level. "2020's stuck on some, like, weird level of green gun shit. I don't know what the fuck he's doing. He's a madman. I'm not convinced with the Rafik Snubnose, but if he's onto something there, he's onto something. Yeah, Naz, that's what I'm saying. The 2-shot on any of the other drill shots makes them useless. You're not using a drill shot to output damage, you're using a drill shot to bait stamina. Like, period, end of story, basically. I'm telling you, MT, I like, the rifles are bad, but I think in a certain situation where it's a group versus group, the rifles might be a bit more useful than people give them credit for, especially because I'm pretty sure the rifles slow you down. So it's like a good suppression fire, you know what I mean? And if you just have like 2, maybe even 3 people in the back laying down a ton of suppression fire, hey, I knew there was a Stravidium up here. We were looking for it last time. I couldn't see it. I was like, somebody must have mined that thing, because I swear there was one up here. Oh, damn, did we just get our shit stuck? Nope. Nope, I got so close to stuck earlier, I almost had to go grab a carrier I could not believe we got ourselves out of the predicament that we got ourselves into. The only thing that you're using a drill shot for in PvP 2020 is to bait their dodge. And like I was saying, on this server, people aren't worried about preserving their stamina, and stamina regens pretty quickly as well. And since they're not worried about preserving their stamina, the drill shots on this server specifically just are not it. Dang. Sony coming in with a excellent tip. I like that idea. If you get your buggy stuck, you could just use an anti-gravity grenade to get that thing unstuck and out of there. Pretty dang smart. 100 IQ play coming in right there. Brilliant. Yeah, kind of seems like we're going to be waiting forever, Cones. Because next week's pincushion again. I don't know if you guys saw the map, but the map's out. It's pincushion again. You basically can get pincushion from, like, the full set of pincushion comes out of one lab, and then they scattered a bunch of pincushion throughout the rest of the deep desert. I don't know if you guys saw. I'm just playing, bro. I'm just playing, Cones. We don't know next week's map yet. We don't know next week's map yet. No need to panic yet. However, it's still possible, bro. They are obsessed with dropping the pincushion, so it's possible that it does come out next week. Yeah, they also added a new pincushion weapon. Yeah, J-Rob gets it. Oh my gosh. 2020 was uninstalling these motherfuckers in their pincushion. I'm sick of it. Oh, I was like, you guys are full of shit. You can't mine, but you sure can. That's hilarious. I mean, as soon as these idiots who are building over the base figures it out, or building over the rocks figure it out, what they're going to end up doing is just no longer having a pentashield there. I don't know. We'll figure out what their AI algorithm decides to put into the Deep Desert Loot Week, because apparently that's what they use. Apparently that's how they decide. They let the algorithm choose. Yeah, their algorithm's terrible. They came out and they said they adjusted the algorithm to make sure it doesn't do repeats anymore, and then guess what it did? Came out with pincushion pants again, and I'm just like, holy shit, they can't have one human take a look and greenlight this thing before they just ship it out the door. I'm convinced that they never came back from vacation. Rumor has it they're still on vacation. Yeah, there's definitely not enough to fight over this week. Hopefully next week's a bit better, especially considering the fact that we very much so might be rolling into full loot here.
On infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation.
When's the Holtzman Shield 6 coming out? Oh, that'll be coming out next year, probably. Tripsy coming in, drop that follow on Twitch. Welcome. Hi, how are you? I hope you're doing well, my friend. Hello, hello, and welcome. Yeah, T, that's probably not going to come out until the next expansion, would be my guess. Or the first expansion, I should say. The first expansion, I should say. Honestly, T, I don't even know where that thing comes from. They don't, I thought it was a unique MK5. Yeah, I thought it was a unique MK5. I didn't realize it was a unique MK6. Your full loot week was boring. Nobody showed up. Man, that sucks. I've had 2 opportunities to vote in full loot now on the Do-Gap server, and both opportunities, the Atreides PvE little chicken shit players just refused to do it. Wouldn't have mattered even if they did anyways. Those guys didn't go out into the PvP zone up until the very end of Do-Gap. Speaking of which, I need to get on that server and check my power. I'm trying to figure out what we're best off doing here. You know, I could continue to run some aero and get some more duraluminum, spice-infused duraluminum for next week, but we have a decent amount of that. Every 45 minutes or so, hour and a half, I need to roll out and grab those 2 chests. But realistically, I think we're just on like a bit of a Plastanium loop here while we wait to, for sure, lock in the fact that we're rolling into full loot. And while we wait to get the hell out, because it's about time to start moving as well. We've got 24 hours. Nope. Do we have 28 hours? I did the math earlier and I did it wrong, apparently. I'm an idiot. Man, they all took a week off. That's freaking crazy. North American is August 26th at 4 a.m. Which is 28 hours from now. So yeah, tomorrow during the live stream is when we can worry about moving out. So we can continue to knock Plastanium out, which means I'm going to need to go do a body run. Do a body run or two. That's what we'll do. Give me a minute, though. I want to make sure my kid got in bed. Alright, let's go fill up on bodies.
On infiltration instead of invasion. On subversion.
MT Cones coming in, dropping that follow. Hi, how are ya? Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Twitch has been going crazy. We just blitzed past the follower goal that was set by Twitch itself. It all auto sets that. I'm so glad it auto sets that. I cannot be asked, bro. But man, it's got to be auto setting that every single day. We seem to be at least knocking down 10. You guys are wild. That fan is on cold. Oh man, it must really start. It must really start. It must really be starting to rain out there because it is getting chilly in here. Chilly, chilly. Again, I should point out, if the stream manages or happens to just shut down at any point in time, we probably got hit with a power outage. Dear God. Hey, 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 settle down now. Nice try, buddy. You thought you were gonna come flying in on me, but I had the upper hand all along. All right, pal. Oh shit, I just worked myself into a corner, and we're out. Beautiful, beautiful. Good, good. All right, one at a time. Come on. Come on, I dare ya, I dare ya, I dare ya. Whoa, 5 shots, 5 shots? Stepped right into my Shigawire Claw, you fool. You foolish fool.
Reinforcements.
Oh yeah, bodies for days. Hey, buddy, 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 buddy. Okay, I hit parry. I hit parry. Yeah, just like that, pal. You're done. Bro, these fucking flamethrower guys, dude, they've buffed them. He fucking killed me, bro. Okay, and then we just insta-revived? What is happening, dude? Like, what the fuck was that? Okay, actually, what was that, bro? Like, actually, somebody explain to me what just happened. Also, they buffed the shit out of the fire guys. I don't understand it. I basically immediately catch on fire now. I've changed nothing. I have no idea what I have. I've changed nothing. Oh, is a Thrive on Danger what makes you revive faster? Because that insta-revive, I don't know what the hell that was. Shouldn't have happened is what that was. Some sort of bug. Because we immediately instantly died as well, so that's like some sort of bug that happened. If Thrive on Danger is supposed to help me with the flame bastards, I've changed nothing with my skills. and from one update to another, the flame bastards have been lighting me up. I don't know what COD is. Alright, sweet. We basically filled up our bodies from one trip, so that's huge. One POI filled up the bodies. Combat was changed, especially melee. You get staggered by your own parries. Shield gets depleted instantly from the range dudes, and some skills got completely broken, like foil, and since it's parry based. Yeah, no, I totally agree with you, Dark. The guys with the SMGs, the AI with the SMGs just completely melt shields. The flame bastards light you up faster than ever. Damn, Juxt. Damn, that's crazy. Unmodded from a streamer that you were modding for 3 years. That's absolutely crazy. I'm assuming pro bono as well would be my assumption. I don't know exactly how modding for a channel works. His reason, you made a joke about him on his friend's stream. Wah, wah, wah. Some people are sensitive, man. You know, some people are thin-skinned. You know, maybe, like, we can give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he was just having a bad day. Because there are some days where it's like, I'm just having a bad day and somebody comments something and it just sets me off, bro. You know what I mean? So I've definitely had those days where it's like, oh, sheesh, I overreacted to that comment just a little bit, didn't I? But most of the time, it's just people with thin skin, which just sucks. All right, let's get some water cooking up in here. We'll see what the ores are up to. We'll go do another ore run. And then we'll do another corpse run. Then we'll do another ore run. Then we'll do another corpse run. Then we'll do another ore run. We'll just kind of run this loop until we're out of runs. Cannot believe basically a full assault ornithopter of corpses is what it takes just to run this for one fucking loop here. That's insanity. Vanderloo, you got a big round tower under construction. Very nice. You know, now that you bring that up, I think we might actually do some construction of our own here. Perhaps. Yeah, I was gonna set up wind traps on this base, Vanderloo, but I didn't want to craft the filters for them. Did not feel like crafting the filters. Well, 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 well. Some dirty bastard. Am I out of gas? Alright, we're out of gas. Fuck, I can't access the assault ornithopter storage from the buggy storage. I can only do that from a chest. Okay, fuck me, dude. It would help if I put it from the chest into my inventory. Doing a lot of back and forth right now. One of my favorite things to take care of. Speaking of back and forth, I can't decide whether I want to sit down or stand up. There you go. Now you got some gas. Now let's ride. I'm gonna be knocking down some basalt as well when I see it. Because Vanderloo brought up a building and I want to add to this this weekly deep desert base before we end up needing to slap it onto a replicator. Speaking of which, the Solido replicators are bugged right now, so we might not even be able to bring this base back out into the deep desert next week. This might have to be something that we hold off on for until they fix the frickin' replicator. Unfortunate. Oh, Botrix. I need to adjust the timer on how much you decide to chime in, don't I? Yeah, apparently you can't place it. I noticed the bug when we tried to place our ornithopter bay that we crafted up at the start of this week, and it let us place it, but it didn't let us confirm it. The bug I thought you were talking about, 2020, was the fact that it tells you you can't place it because there's not enough room. But no, there's definitely a bug going on with it where it lets you place it, but it doesn't let you confirm it. Brutal. That's the spaghetti code they got running for you there, though, with the fact that they just buffed the Solido replicator to make it to where it can take, like, crafting refineries and shit with it now. Of course it's gonna break. They tried to expand it. Of course it's gonna break. Raffy coming in, dropping that follow over on Twitch. Hello, hello. I hope you're doing well. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, so we're unfortunately not going to be able to bring this thing out or even place it back down until they manage to fix that bug, which does suck. With the way this game seems to be developed on one singular strand of spaghetti code him, anything's up in the air at this point in time. That's meant to be a joke, but it's entirely possible. That is absolutely something that can happen. Looks like we finally got a bit of a run here going. Oh, very nice, very nice. I typically catch this Stravidium and Titanium on my way back, but we might as well hit it. Might as well hit it on our way in. Okay, that titanium already got smashed. We've got a titanium fiend on the loose. How do you get plasteel composite armor plating, there's a couple ways. I believe that you can loot it out of the A sector. Does it come out of the A sector? If it doesn't come out of the A section shield wall of the deep desert, you can most definitely loot it out of like crashed ships, the ones that fall out of the sky in the safe zone of the deep desert. You can loot it out of the lab that's located in the safe zone of the deep desert. But aside from looting it, if you craft up an advanced survival fabricator, you can actually... Oh, wait. You can craft it, I believe. Unless the armor plating is what you need in order to craft the other plasteel components. I don't have any plating on me. Treasure hunting, like Kel is bringing up, is another way to smash down on some tier 6 materials. But yeah, you could just roll through the safe zone of the deep desert, knock down some of the crashed ships, buried treasures like they're saying. I agree with Juxt. I prefer the downed ships as well. The downed ships are a little bit risky if you manage to fly in at the wrong time, but they're also, if you're on a populated server, the downed ships are farmed pretty heavily. But if you can manage to hit a couple of them, that's definitely a solid spot. Yeah, that's about how it goes, isn't it, him? I don't know, has there ever been more than 12 downed ships that have spawned in? I've never counted them each week. All right, beautiful. Decent chunk of everything here. Specifically this basalt, like I said. I want to do some building on this thing before the night's over. Hey, there's the titanium node we were waiting on. Welcome back. All right. Let's take a quick gander here as to what possibly I'm thinking when it comes to building this thing up. Because there's a couple things we can do. I can just kind of like finish out making sure all of the stuff is walled down to the ground properly. Because you'll see there's a couple spots where it's not specifically like under this. This was going to be like my main hub. Though I've turned this kind of like upper region here into the main hub. So I don't know if this would just be like maybe like a decorative transition point into this area, which is gonna be fucking what? I just don't even know at this point in time, because we've got crafting area and then ornithopter bay. Now this might be like where we do like a carry or ornithopter bay / another buggy bay here. Might be kind of the play. Might be the play, and then yeah. Yeah, maybe that's what we end up doing. Give me a minute. God, how long is that going to take? That's going to take like over 30 minutes to kill all of that. All right, a little progress has been made. Another 100 points got pushed into full loot. I think it's like 85, 90%, if not fully locked at this point in time. Just because of based off of the fact that 100% of the remaining votes would all have to go into weapons import rights. Currently, as it sits, we have 8,100 votes in. The right of salvage or full loot has not passed the 50% threshold, but it is so damn close. Almost to where it would be a statistical anomaly if all of the other votes happen to land. That means tomorrow we're going to be prepping up all of the sets and crafting all of the sets. No, Jen, that's absolutely freaking brutal. My kid, I need to get a PCIe connector for my kid, man, because I need to get the old GPU I was running slotted into his PC, because he's actually been playing RuneScape 3 lately, and I don't know if he's gonna actually play leagues or try to play leagues, but um, today I was talking to my wife about it, and I was thinking about it after I had that conversation with her, and I was like, man, maybe we try to get her playing as well, because he's started playing RuneScape as well, but he's at the age where he's like playing it and he's still fully just enjoying playing it rather than min-maxing it. He's just having a good time, you know? Rather than min-maxing it or anything, he's just out there having a good time, having a grand old time. Imagine playing games for fun, Juxt. It's so true. It's so true, bro. I watch him play. Bro, Jen, he was doing RuneSpan, and he did the cutest thing today. I lost it, bro. Jen, he's at RuneSpan. This is gonna be a hard story to follow for anybody who doesn't know anything about RuneScape, but he was training rune crafting at RuneSpan, and he was trying to figure out how he could harvest the earth sapling things so he could then use the earth spell to rock hop over to the next platform. Well, he figured out that he needed earth runes to do it, and that he was supposed to get the earth runes from harvesting from the people there, but he had a big brain idea to go to the Grand Exchange and buy earth runes, thinking that the earth runes that you buy there were going to be able to be used inside of RuneSpan. They're not able to be used inside of RuneSpan, and I told him that before he went to the Grand Exchange. I was like, dude, the ones you buy at the Grand Exchange can't be used here. You're just going to have to level up your rune crafting until you can actually harvest from these earth ones, and then those will give you earth runes that you can use here. He, of course, fucking stubborn kid, whatever, goes to the Grand Exchange, buys some earth runes, and then 10 minutes later comes to me and he's like, Dad, they didn't work. And I was like, dude, I told you they didn't work. And finally I went into like the skill and showed him. I was like, look, it shows you right here, you need to get level 9 rune crafting, and then you'll be able to harvest the earth things, and then you'll be able to teleport. So it's just he does shit like that, and I'm like, man, that was me back in the day too. Just playing RuneScape just for the fun of it. Bro, Jen, if somebody's saying that Banker's Note's going to be good for rune crafting, literally is thinking in an old school RuneScape mindset. A lot of the old school RuneScape leagues veterans who are going to come into RuneScape 3 and think that tactics are going to transfer over 1-to-1 are going to be in for a rude awakening. Banker's Note gets you the unlimited food, Jen, and that's what I think is going to be best used for, is that unlimited food. Oh, you have Soul Split, though. Soul Split is not a fucking end-all, be-all, Jen, alright? I've got Soul Split in the main game, okay? And guess what I can't do in the main game? I can't kill that fucking spider. I've also got 99 combat stats in the main game, and you know what I cannot do? Kill that fucking spider, bro. I'm not a PVM player. So, you're not wrong, though. You have Soul Split, and then you'll have, like, other combat... You'll have other combat relics, and you'll have pack yaks. Fuck, you might be onto something there, though. Because I suck at PVM, but there's also relics and shit that get thrown into place that help you, even though you suck at PVM. Excellent point. No. I want to say no, Jen. Especially, is it going to be easy for, like, veteran RuneScape players? Sure. Sure. Is it going to be easy for me? No. No, it is not. Oh, Jen, that is tomorrow, isn't it? I mean, like, as fucking 24 hours from now. I mean, what's tomorrow to then? I forgot the Brits are like 8 hours ahead of me here. Yes, thankfully we're gonna find out something soon. Ah, yes, perfect, bro. Yes, 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 yes. Oh, yeah, so good, dude. So this will lead off into the Ornithopter Bay. Just like that leads off. So this will be a carrier slash buggy bay. It's like 7 a.m. in the UK right now. All right, so we're realistically probably like 24, 25 hours away from getting some good, solid info. I don't know if they have that actually... I don't know if they have that set to a timestamp yet or not. Oh, drink water. Jed coming in clutch. It happens to me all the time, I swear. And especially if I take my headset off. The second I take my headset off and I don't get that do happening, I just miss it entirely. Chupacabra! Hello, hello! Nice. Hey, realistically, 3 back should be far enough for any sort of like buggy bay. This will be like a secondary buggy bay that people can roll out of. Realistically, none of this matters. It's all just like aesthetic at this point in time. I'm just trying to think, do I do half stairs? Maybe we run some of these. See how far we can take this one out. Hopefully we can take it all the way to the end there, is what I'm thinking. We need a pretty chunky amount of room to park carriers. Nope, stability caught me. Comfy carrier parking 5x5x9 tiles. Hmm. 5 wide by 5 long by 9 deep? Or do you mean 5 wide by 9 long by 5 deep? Also, what the fuck? That cannot be proper, bro. You can fit a... I've got my carriers fit into 3 high. Even I think it's 2 high. Vanderloo's lost his mind, but he did say comfy. So maybe he means that gives you plenty of room to work with. Let's go ahead and count this out here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 11 by 7, not too bad. So realistically, what we're doing with this base here, you guys, is this is the weekly deep desert base that is going to be evolving week by week by week, because what it's going to end up being is the guild capital when we end up making our guild city. So week by week by week, this base is going to evolve, and eventually we'll end up just replicatoring it out to the Haga Basin. Now, unfortunately, the replicator is bugged right now. So we can't, we unless they fix it in between this week and next week, we're not going to be able to bring this specific base back out next week and then add to it. But that's what I'm thinking. Week by week by week, we're going to add to this thing before eventually we're like, all right, this is now going to be the guild capital, and then we go claim a spot inside of the Haga Basin, and then anybody who wants to move their base over there, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. I just don't like the foundation bottom, the way the foundation bottom looks, you know? Problem is, we have a lot of spots that are foundation bottom, so for us not going foundation bottom on this side, it's gonna look weird. That just might end up being something where it's like, okay, eventually... Yeah, see, or something like that happens. Eventually we go through and we replace the other ones. I'm about out of water again. Regard. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. Nothing much over here. Just burning a little time, knocking down some of this build, because I'm pretty positive we're not going to be able to take this thing out here next week, so we might as well do a little bit of expanding on it while we've got the chance. It's going to be a step-by-step process that evolves over the weeks and whatnot. Eventually, hopefully, it turns into what is going to be known as the Guild City, but we'll see. We'll see how that all plays out. Now I'm thinking maybe we do like a little bit of an under bay. An under bay type area, huh? Yes. That'll be like that'll be another different week's expansion. Not gonna worry about that now. We're on NA. We're on the Harmony server right now, actually. We are on NA, the Harmony server. God, did that leave a gap over on the other side as well? That I just did not recognize? The fuck? No, it's because I put a wall up. There we... Oh! There we go. That's how it's meant to look. Where the hell did I put that other wall? I think it was right here. Did I put just one or two? I can't even tell. Just one, it looks like. Ooh, yep. Got to build the under bay lens flare. Him gets it. Him gets it. We're on A8 right now, Mick. This guy's a madman. Coming ripping through with your buggy, making a bunch of noise. You settle down, young man. Get off my lawn. Mick, God. Pay attention, Mick. I'm gonna explain it again for you. You listening? Open your ears, my friend. Hello. Hello. We've got a fancy tool called a Solido Replicator. We're gonna be bringing this base out every single week. It's gonna be expanding every single week. And then eventually we're gonna call this place the Guild Headquarters and we're gonna move it into the Haga Basin. If I gotta answer this question again in 5 minutes, I'm gonna fucking lose it. I'm just playing with you, Mick. I'm just playing with you. It is gone in 24 hours, but we are gonna replicate it. What do we think about the updates that's coming to Dune? Looks like there's gonna be some improvements. You're good, Mick. I was just playing with you. Mick, relax. Relax, Mick. I was just playing. We have fun around here, huh? We razz each other. Razzle. A bit of some razzle dazzle. Did I just lose a whole? I might have lost a whole row. I don't know if that was built or not. Oh, Hayden. I'm so glad that you bring that up because... I'm so glad that you bring that up because I don't know if you were here when we had a build already laid out that we had taken from the Haga Basin to bring out here, and then we were going to expand on that base week by week by week. But then as I was trying to place that base down, I held the X button, deleted it. Just straight up deleted it. So that was devastating. What is this wall doing here? Ooh, very nice. We can hide a little bit of structural integrity behind this thing. Yes, big. Yep, the save deleted. You know what's funny, though, is the whole Solido replicator system has been bugged all week anyways, so we wouldn't have been able to technically place that build anyways. That build wouldn't have made it out here anyways, unfortunately. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to, like, when I replace this, you're right, I need to put down another sort of hidden... Oh, actually, you know what? I could probably slap some in here. Nope, never mind. I should be able to delete this now. We made it better. Yeah, it's so funny, dude. You're so right. What sucks is like the change that they proposed and that they had for the Solido replicator is genuinely such a good change. You know? It is. I'm so bummed out that I'm going to have a little bit of dirt always stuck in this build. It's such a good change, but it's like, why does it have to be implemented like that? You know, why does it have to break the spaghetti code? Why can't they just get it to function as they intended it? It just sucks. Nope. There we go. Beautiful. Very nice, very nice. We've got the extension started, at least, for what is going to be the massive carrier bay where we can maybe fit 3 carriers in. Another secondary buggy bay where we're going to be able to park some more buggies. speaking of which, this little middle area still needs to be developed out properly. Very nice. Is that thumbnail actually accurate? Depends on what you mean, Nikolai. Did I actually fly through the air and knee that guy in the face, making him cry all the way back to his mommy? No. No, I did not. Is it actually accurate in saying that there's fully and entirely a possibility that we're getting ready to work our way into full loot, where in 18 hours, 29 minutes, and 30 seconds, we're going to be looking at having the right to salvage implemented and full loot activated? Yes, I would say that it's accurate. If you're asking if the live button, the live logo, happened to pop up on the screen while those two players were fighting in wherever they got that screenshot from, no, I added that in post-edit. That's a post-edit added. Full loot? Yeah, we should be working into full loot. I mean, it's entirely possible. Honestly, art, I just like, yeah, that's like a best case scenario, you know, sun is shining, you're looking at the glass half full, expecting the devs to be able to implement some tech like that without any major problems, but they couldn't even get the replicator to grab a hold of these things without causing some major problems, so there is that. The items that will drop when you die, is that your weapon as well? That's your gear, that's your weapons, that's all of the items inside of your inventory. They may even gain access to your vehicles. I'm not positive on that. They may even gain access to your vehicles. I'm not certain. A pipe dream? It totally is a pipe dream. You know what, Art? I'll just take the one-click building. Like, just building the pieces in one click instead of having to hold them every freaking time. I'll just take that. It's like being eaten by the worm. Absolutely right, Kel. It basically turns all of your deaths in the PvP zone to worm deaths. Huge. I mean, it definitely depends on what server you're on, Nikolai. If you're on a baby server with a bunch of PvE snow bunnies, yeah. Yeah, probably gonna kill the deep desert that week, but the PvE snow bunnies don't really make their way out there anyways. If you're on a poppin' server, and fingers crossed we get some actual good frickin' schematics to fight over next week, I'd imagine there's going to be some crazy action going on in these guild versus guild fights. Oh my gosh, Regard, twice. 2 times I've had the opportunity for full loot to be voted in over on the Do-Gap server, which is the server that I was playing prior and previously are the 2 words which I just smushed together. Twice I had the opportunity for full loot to get voted in on those servers, on that server, and both times Atreides chickened out, bro. But on that server, it would have run into the problem that Nikolai's describing, where the PvE players just don't come out, so it basically kills off any of the PvP anyways. But those servers, the PvP was few and far between to begin with. If we get some solid schematics to fight over next week, then the guild fights with full loot are going to be fucking wild, bro. They're going to be wild. And if the schematics are good enough, I wouldn't be surprised if we have some of the bigger guilds roll out in like some full tier 6 gear. Which could be some good come-ups, or just a good way to guarantee that we lose a assload of tier 5 sets. But either way, we're here for it. So the backpack itself would be able and allow you to carry maybe some more ores or something like that. But everything in that bag is up for grabs. That'd be something. It's not a terrible idea. I've heard much, much worse ideas, Art. Yes, Kel. If they just adopted an old school RuneScape style of... Okay, first off, can we point out that I'm almost positive this is not how shadows work in the world? Okay? What the fuck is going on with my shadow here? Can you guys see that? I've got like a full buggy. Oh, and it's gonna disappear. The game realizes I'm calling it out, and it's like, bro, disappear that shadow. That was not a proper looking shadow. Looked weird as hell. I forget what I was even talking about. Oh, right. If the game just implemented a RuneScape style PvP system where if you flagged up, you were at risk of losing items, it would make a big difference. It would incentivize PvE players to fight back, because they wouldn't flag up if they attack back the person who flagged up on them. It would do so many things. It would incentivize PvP players to attack other PvP players who have flagged up, so that way they're both skulled and they're both at risk of actually losing some items or gaining some items. What are you gonna do? Most of the servers have gotten quiet, Nicola. I've noticed that each region kind of has its one server that has maintained a population. What the hell is even happening right now? I feel like I'm getting... Oh. No, that shadow wasn't right, Art. That shadow was disconnected entirely from my buggy, whereas it should have had a shadow reaching all the way out there. That thing was full disconnect. Oh, I'm not positive if I can hit this from down here. Fucking right on the edge of the deep desert, too. Get in there. Oh, yeah, nice. Nailed it. I didn't doubt myself for a second. I knew we would nail it. And we did. I do need to just about roll out that direction. I think it's been more than 45 minutes, to be honest. More than an hour and a half, even. I should for sure have that loot back. I definitely need to start making sure I have that inside of this cycle. Give me a minute. I'm gonna go refill this water. Alrighty. I'm not positive. I crafted up like 2,000 aluminum the other day inside of our deep desert base, and I'm not positive if it got moved back to the Haga Basin or what exactly happened to that shit. But we've got about another 1,000 or two pumping out. Which is decent. Might seem kind of useless, and it is, but duraluminum is kind of somewhat important, especially because we're running into full loot here, so we're going to be losing some duraluminum, so getting ahead of replacing it. Anyone else find it strange annoying that we have to load shaders every time we open? Kind of a whack thing. It doesn't load shaders, it checks shaders. It only loads the shaders if the game updates. Checking shaders is faster. Am I mistaken in saying that? Every game has to like check shaders before you open the game, don't they? I don't know, and I don't really pay attention enough. I don't care enough to pay attention. Fuck you, guy. Oh, we'll get close enough. We'll get close enough, dickhead. Okay, fuck you, guy. There it is. Dune is the only one that you play that right now that does it every single time. I mean, do games have to tell you when you're loading in if they're checking to see if the shaders that you have are compiled? Is it possible that the other games are checking the shaders, they're just not telling you, and they're hiding it inside of a loading screen? Does that make sense? Because the last game I remember, because you guys are right, not every game shows it every single time you open up the game, but the last game I remember playing with the shaders that drove me nuts was Marvel Rivals. And I remember when you first booted the game up after an update, you had to compile the shaders, but then every time after that, you were like checking the shaders, and it went like 4 times faster. Is there a setting that gets rid of the spice cloud from the spice field? No, unfortunately not. Not that I know of anyways. Dune's running on one giant strand of spaghetti code. Why is this not going? Our day-night cycles are way off. Are they supposed to be linked up, him? I didn't think they were supposed to be linked up.
Instead of elections. On intimidation.
Obi-Wan Bon Jovi coming in, dropping that sub over on YouTube. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Hi, how are you? I hope you're doing well. And welcome. Oh, that's a good point that you bring up there, Naz. Harmony takes forever. Yeah, not him. We're on a downtime here. Every time it resets, every time Harmony resets, takes like 25 minutes. 25 minutes for the server to come back up, and then like 3 minutes for the legs to, or for the sieges to come back up. Dew Gap has been up for like 10 minutes by the time Harmony turns on. I don't know if it's the player base that it has to compile or if it's the... Oh, player bases, yeah. It's definitely the bases. I thought you were talking about it having to compile, like, the players and, like, their stats and etc., stuff like that. But it's definitely the player base, that's for sure. Why is it not letting me rotate? Thank you. Not a roof. You know I want the wall. You know I want the floor, man. The roofs look goofy. Oh! Yeah, Reg, you brought that up earlier. You brought that up earlier, Regard, and I like, initially talked about it, but then completely ignored it. Ignored your question. Looks like there's gonna be some improvements. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, are we talking about what's coming out on September 10th with this whole little side quest and the two-wheel vehicle that nobody asks for? Like, I don't know. What do I think? I think that the game needs a lot of work. And it'll be interesting what ends up happening long term, where they end up going with it long term. Like, it just depends on what update you're talking about specifically, what portion of the update you're talking about specifically, I suppose, as to how I feel about it. Because, like, the vehicle, I think the vehicle's dumb. The little side quest that we're looking at getting out of that one thing, I guess that I don't want to... My knee-jerk reaction is that's going to be dumb. But, you know, I do kind of want to hold out a little bit of hope. I want to hold out a little bit of hope that they're going to come up with something creative when in regards to, like, the PvE side of things. But I'm not that hopeful. You think some of it, that bike are useless? You'd rather have elevators than a bike? Yeah. Oh no. We got some mischievous bases being popped up. Fracking insanity. I haven't even seen the base that you're talking about. Same, every fight in the air, they will need to bring out a ground combat soon so that we can casually buggy rocket in the sand bikes. There's so much that they need to do, and that's why it's like, cool, you know, the September 10th update coming out, but I'm more interested in seeing what they do about like core aspects of the game that need to be addressed, specifically in regards to like PvP. And even in regards to like PvE, when it comes to the variety of combat and the variety of enemies that we have to fight, there's just so much that they need to do. I'm hoping now that they have the PvE resources, the tier 6 resources settled for hopefully going to be making these PvE players happy enough to where they can now start to focus on kind of balancing some of the PvP mechanics that are currently broken, such as players being able to spawn literally on top of the chest inside of these PvP areas, meaning that every minute and a half when you're trying to hold down an area or clear out an area, they are able to spawn and contest right on top of where you're trying to hold it down. So there's so much that it's hard. There's so much that needs to be done that it's hard to get excited about any prospective new content coming out inside of an update. I knew something didn't look right. Much better. You'd like to have rounded ramps so you can build a rounded tower that you can climb without ladders? Yeah, some extra building pieces would be nice, like half floors as well would be sweet. Julian, hey! Very nice, very nice. Yeah, that's the problem, Art, though, is a lot of people are like, oh, where's the content? So they've kind of become content complacent the people have anyways. So it's gonna be interesting exactly what ends up happening with this game. You guys think we're going to be able to make this all the way across? I'm not positive. Oh, that's what I'm saying too, Art, is the longer playtime you have in it, the more obvious that the problems and the flaws with the game become. But still a solid game with a good couple hundreds of hours of content inside of the Haga Basin, so it should only be up from here. Realistically, it shouldn't be able to get any worse. And I say shouldn't because we're dealing with Funcom here, which I've come to learn means to expect the unexpected. Yeah, Julian, give me a second here, and I'll roll out. Are you on the leg, Siege? If you wanna send me a friend request, I'll roll out to the Haga Basin and grab one of the ornithopters we've got tucked away. I would start on the Siege leg if you can. Nope, 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 nope. Beautiful. Bruh, I'm just getting cooked by the sun right now. Give me a second, Julian. Let me just finish this top piece here. Mick, I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. Currently, the way we have it set up, they would have to... The amount of stuff that they realistically can inside right off the rip is so minuscule. And realistically, if they're going to inside, chances are they're going to be not running a fresh character on the server. I mean, if they were if they were gonna inside and do it proper, they might run a fresh character on the server and actually try to infiltrate the guild a little bit deeper than they have previously. But realistically, they're just walking away with scrap components with the way we have them locked up. And I would say there's at least one base that nobody in the guild, aside from a very select few people, even have access to. Realistically, I only know where the base used to be. I'm not even certain if it's still up on that hill. So it's not that big of a deal. It's just not something that we realistically need to even worry about. I'm just not positive. I might want to curve out these edges. But sometimes it's like it's too much curve. So you got to hit it with an angle, you know? Fuck yeah, though. Let's get in this assault ornithopter, take a little peek-see at this thing, and then let's roll out and get Julian hooked up. Yeah, the whole reason that we're even like working on expanding this thing any further currently is just strictly because of the fact that we're probably not going to be able to Solido replicator this over next week. Like, next week's base is probably going to have to be not this base, unfortunately, because the Solido replicator is busted. So it's going to be a week or two until we can pull this back out and continue to expand on it. But yeah, it's starting to come together layer by layer. We're going to knock this thing out. Bada boom, bada bing. Layer by layer, week by week, we'll slowly expand on this thing until eventually we bring it back out into the Haga Basin, and we're going to slap it down and call it the capital of the guild city, etc., etc. Leg was locked to new players 2 days ago. It depends on what time you hit the server, Vanderloo. Man, Droid, I know that there are armor sets that let you stay out in the sun as long as possible, but I cannot picture myself min-maxing the game to where it's like, all right, I'm going to build, so let's pull out my builder's set. You know what I'm saying? I cannot see myself min-maxing the game that much. Yeah, via what? Crafting regard? Is that what you're talking about? Because we've got that whole system mixed up as well. It's not insider proof. There is no insider proofing a guild. I wouldn't be surprised, Vanderloo, if it was some, like, shit that just wasn't even functioning properly. Like, if it was stats that just actually weren't there on the gear. Yeah, we've gotten that taken care of as well. It's doable still, but we've got that taken care of. even I have to go through like a roundabout way to be able to craft shit in this base. Fuck was I doing? Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, regards. So it basically involves, I don't want to give away too much here. Obviously, because the better you're able to keep it secret, the less you have to worry about it. But it involves dicking with these circuits. And I've got the circuits so fucked up at this guild that it's like, you're on one circuit and you have certain materials, and then you're on another circuit and you have other materials, and it's like there's almost zero way to combine the circuits in a way where it gets you the fucking materials that you need. So when I need to go and craft something, typically I have to go back through the chests, recircuit them back to something that I can actually make use of. It's a whole process that can still be worked around to end up inciting the guild, but it takes an amount of effort where I consider it like a fair enough inside. You know what I'm saying? And what that's done is it's kind of rendered this base useless, so I'm gonna have to come up with some sort of method, because it has kind of rendered this base useless. I'm not positive. We might have an insider like currently in the guild. I'm not 100% positive. I was looking through all of these yesterday, and it just looked like it was getting cleared out by somebody. And so I went and took all of the extra resources, like these, and even like the smaller tier extra resources that typically I deem, you know, not worth protecting, and moved them. Alright, we got one more set of chests to look through, and then I'm going to go ahead and grab the materials I need to be able to craft this thing for you here, or to send it over to you. I don't know where he's at currently, Carver. But I think I've got him just about hooked up here. I just need to find the what did I just pull out by accident? Damn it. I just need to find the chassis. Surely there is a chassis somewhere. Julian, if you want to send me a friend request, though, it's Old Man Jenkins. That's 4 L's in the old, 3 N's in the man Jenkins. He's the eldest of the man Jenkins. Does it have to bring that up every 30 minutes and just rub it in my face? Doesn't seem very nice. Doesn't seem like a very nice thing to do at all. Yeah, thankfully, I mean, regards, we're a bit of a free-flowing guild, and in being that way, there's actually a few people in the guild who, you know, they're kind of doing their own thing. Like, that's why it would be hard to inside this guild to a point where it actually cripples us and prevents us from playing, essentially. It would be very hard to do that, essentially, because we've got the first guild, we've got the second guild, and then we've got, like, 4 solo players, and then, like I said, we have that extra base that's hidden. It's not hidden, but it's just so little people have access to that base that it's not realistically something that even needs to be concerned with. Did it win, J-Rob? No, it fucking didn't. Would you stop saying that it's won? J-Wolf, hello, hello. How are you, my friend? Oh. Well, I mean, you were a little late. I just picked up a chassis. But we'll go ahead and slap this one down. Appreciate you, my friend. Julian, did you send me a friend request? Sky's on, bro. Sky needs to re-roll and then come and run our PvP side of the guild for us here. Yeah, what do you mean on your side it's over? Oh, Julian Oro is your name? Yeah. No, I got you. I got you, Julian. I got you. Hey, I appreciate you, J-Wolf. Good looking out. No, I got you. I got you. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Alright, I'm rolling out. I believe that I have everything that you could need. Which will get you started. It'll get you pumping inside of this ornithopter here for you. First off, that's going to help you knock down these class quests, the trials, research points, really jumpstart you there. But I've also got some gear, this shield, this power pack, this suspensor belt. Shit, it looks like I forgot a shield. Oh no, I didn't. It's right here. Yeah, the shield, the suspensor belt, the power pack, all should carry you pretty well. Also, I just invited you to the guild, Julian, so you should have access to that very far northern base. It's not going to show up on your map, unfortunately, but it's all the way up to the north on the western shield wall. In case like your shield runs out or anything like that. No, I got you. I got you a leader, John. I got you a little set of water, armor, etc., etc. Kimaro coming in, dropping that follow over on Twitch. Hello, hello, welcome. My hand's wet for some reason. I don't know why. My fucking keyboard wet? Why is my keyboard wet? I just got... Oh, it's got to be from my water bottle. I just got my Windows key unstickified from when we spilt on it the last week, I think. Maybe you're tripping, but it's usually not lighting up like this. The other two are grayed out. Man, I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is apparently the total amount of votes that can be casted each week is 17,500. If you take off 1,400 for the 2 tiles that Atreides won, that means there's 16,100 points to be voted on for Harkonnen, which means that these guys are going to have to get up to 8,100 points in order to have breached that halfway point. And they're not there yet. So there's like another 600 points that need to come in. Art, that's such a good question. Not that I'm aware of, but my wife and kid were in this room the other day. And they noticed it on the wall. My wife was like, "What is that on the wall?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, that's the praying mantis." And she was like, "What do you mean, oh yeah, that's the praying mantis?" Chassis. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. Him, is that they voted, and yeah, he's seeing what voted. Yeah. We're not at the halfway point yet. It's so close that I think it's fair to say that it's game over, but we're not quite there yet. Bro, I don't think that 174 heavy darts is really gonna help you. Did I give you the Caliph's Drinker? Did I not pick up a sword? You might need to fly to that north base. If I didn't give you a sword, you might need to fly to that north base to grab one. Hang on, though. Yeah, no, here's the sword, actually. My bad, it got thrown in my inventory. Here it is on the ground. Alright, huge. Alright, my friend, that should fully hook you up and get you going. Holler at me if that didn't work. That should be everything, though. That should be everything to get you up, running, and cooking here. Knock out them class quests, knock out them trials, knock out some research points, etc., etc. $75.89. I'm telling you, it's basically a lock. Almost 100% of the remaining votes would have to get put into anything other. No, well, it all have to get put into weapons vendor, which I don't see happening. Tomorrow, you played the free trial. thinking about buying the game. Very interesting. I'm curious as to exactly how and what happens after you purchase the game. You know, are you playing on the same server? Is it a server transfer? Are they actually testing server transfer possibilities? I'm just curious as to exactly what happens there. But you should be able to knock out a good amount of fun from the Haga Basin, you know what I mean? I know that the free trial servers are different from the regular servers, but even when you purchase the game, does it force you onto one of those different servers? Is kind of what I'm wondering. Oh my god, J-Wolf and them moved their base, and then somebody came in and put in that. I've never seen somebody use those things as like the, I don't even know what they are. Some weird-ass wall. It doesn't look terrible, but it definitely looks weird. Hey, I got you, Julian. I got you. All of that should last you a decent while, and like I said, if you want to roll up to this northern base here and pick through, there's gear and stuff in this northern base that you can pick through. I'm not positive what's where, or you know what I mean, but there's gear and shit over here. Yeah, counts against their total until the daily reset. Counts against their total for the entirety of a day. Damn, did this place get cleared? What sort of freaking maniac cleared this place? Oh. But if they're telling you to delete your sub-fief because it's going to count towards your sub-fiefs, that, like, to me, tells me that they're taking you off of that server and putting you onto another one. Yeah, so if you do end up buying the game, Kimuro, let me know exactly what happens with the server transfer and where it plops you or what it tells you to do. Because I have done zero research into I don't know what happens. Somebody did clear this spot, but they left 2 enemies for me. That was awfully nice of them. 2 bodies, really big, really big, huge. Big come-ups in water. That's definitely the question of the day, him, because if you do get to pick which server you go to, they very well might be testing out the server transfer technology, which would surprise me. I would be surprised to find that out. Because that is just going to exacerbate the problem that these servers are having where their player counts are dying. That's just going to make the player counts die even faster. Kel, I get it, man. I get it entirely. Like I was saying earlier, though, I don't know if I was talking to you or somebody else, but like I was saying earlier, re-rolling sucks a lot. A lot. But you can, like, do the quests slightly faster if you do them properly, and, you know, it's not as bad. It sucks, yeah, it sucks ass. The quests is the worst part. Absolutely unacceptable. I'm getting blitzed. There's too many of them. One at a time. Come on, melee guy. Hey. Hey! Stop it, stop it! Let me out, let me out, let me out, let me out. I can't even fucking concentrate or see what's happening anymore. Oh, I've got no bandages either. Huge. Big, big, big news, big news. Come on, melee guy, you. Yeah. Whoop bang! Oh, you son of a bitch. Nice try, pal. Give me that body. Oh, you know what I can do? I can melange up, so we're not even worried about it. We've got plenty of health. Yulian, it's just north of where I'm at. It's just northwest, northwest of where I'm at. Bro, what the fuck with this lag, dude? And then dropped all the way down to 0 stamina just doesn't fucking feel proper, bro. I'm getting a little bit pissed off. I swear, I just have to start to deal with the AI and the PvE in this game, and it fucking irritates me, bro. And this didn't used to happen until I went out to the PvP zone of the deep desert. Now the AI just pisses me off.
Found you!
Kel, you've got a good point. Not only is the server duped to shit, but it's also because it's the most populated server. It's, you know, the most, it's got the most hackers on it, just hands down. So there's that you'll have to deal with, the dupe you'll have to deal with, the hyperinflation. Yeah, no, all around, like, it's a double-edged sword, that's for sure. But stamina is bugged since the August patch. Huge. It's great to know. It's good to add that to the list of stuff that's bugged since the August patch. I love how, like, the biggest patch to date that was supposed to bring in, like, a good chunk of some quality life fixes that we were all excited about realistically just, just caused a bunch of problems. Huge. Yeah, the hackers are incredibly bad on this server, and the thing that sucks when you're dealing with hackers will always gaslight you into thinking that they're not hacking, or that you're crazy for calling out cheaters in a game. They always downplay, like, how many there actually are. And like anytime you call out somebody for cheating, they'll never be like, "Oh yeah, I'm cheating, bro." Okay, what the fuck, dude? You motherfucker. Yeah, there you go, there you go. Jeez Louise, bro. It's just my head stuck in a jar on that one. Yulian, did you find the base? Especially, I like what you're saying there, Art, is like, at the very least, can we get the levels to transfer over? Because the level grind in this game is fracking ridiculous, man. It's brutal. Alright, I didn't get shit for bodies from that. Okay, big. Yeah, I've noticed that. Regards is that sometimes your stamina like won't regen at all until you've almost like fully gotten out of combat.
Who goes there?
Death to the Emperor! Reloading, cover me!
Yeah, Carver, I'm telling you, it's bugged. It's totally not. It's not functioning proper. Man, assaults can take a beating, but they feel super annoying to hit with, and it feels like it has a major heat issues. What generator level are you using, Zip? I'm assuming you're talking about in dogfights. Dude, I'm telling you, something about the assault ornithopter fires its rockets differently than the scout ornithopter, and I don't know if it's because of the way the tip of the nose angles the rockets or what, but you're right, it is weird. I had a hard time hitting people with the assault as well, and I'm not great at dogfighting though, so it's like I didn't know if it was just me or what. Here we go. Fuck this guy's carrier ornithopter. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh! Alright, depth perception let me down on that one. I thought we were coming in head on. I thought we were gonna nail it, and we missed. We missed big time. Is there really a lab that doesn't let you open anything? That's crazy. I don't think I've run into that bug. Vanderloo got to witness us miss that carrier ornithopter firsthand. Really, Kel? Really? So did you talk to the person afterwards? To find out, like, oh, like, for certain they had no damage translate over? Because that's crazy. I know, isn't it freaking a bit annoying that they keep pumping that out? They do the same thing. They do the same thing when it's almost downtime. They do the same exact thing. What was I doing? I'm out of water. Oh, yeah. I was actually doing that. I was doing that explicitly. I get what you're saying. So you're not seeing any visual damage, so you're just putting 2 and 2 together. Yeah, that totally makes sense. There's also this one time you were on a carrier lighting him up, shooting his right wings, didn't touch his left side, and then all of a sudden his left wing started breaking. That's interesting. I know for a fact that damage, and this doesn't sound like what was happening there, but I know for a fact that damage actually carries through parts. So if a part is broken entirely, say your wing is at 0% and they damage that same wing again, it's not going to just delete all of that damage. Instead, it's going to transfer that damage to the next non-broken part. I don't think that's what's happened. That what was happening there, but that might be like a part of the chain inside of their spaghetti code that's causing that to happen. You know what I mean? 75, 89 to 575. I'm just curious to see how many votes actually get casted. How many times has the worm gotten us? Only one single time. And it was because of the damn game, in my opinion. So this happened to us before they fixed the ornithopters from gliding after you jumped out of them. And we accidentally jumped out of an ornithopter in the middle of the deep desert. And I panicked, and I didn't have the wherewithal in my mind to just fall to my death and spawn on my ornithopter. Instead, I tried running from the middle of the deep desert to the nearest island, and let's just say I did not make it to the nearest island. We then ended that live stream not too long after that, and I spent like 4 hours in the Haga Basin off stream rebuilding my gear set so we could have the same gear. After 4 hours, I jumped in my assault ornithopter, or my scout ornithopter, and was flying into the deep desert off stream, and boom. This was also before they came out with the server warning times, but boom, the server went down because of the daily reset. And when I logged back on, my character was fine and I had all of my gear. However, it said my ornithopter got eaten by the worm. So we got dicked on twice that day because of the damn game. Other than that, though, we haven't been gotten. I mean, 62 ping should not be messing with it like that. But possibly where it looks like you hit the right side, but in reality, the game registered you hitting the left side. I don't know. Oh, shit, Yulian. My bad, my bad. Realistically, you should have been able to craft one, but hey, man, you take it easy out there. You have a good night's sleep. Desync, I've seen fail to register attacks. It's absolutely disgusting. It was the main reason I quit playing Halo Infinite, was because that game had such bad desync. So yeah, Kel, that might actually be what is causing the problem. Fucking hell, this game, bro. This game, you guys. I'll be right back. Him says somebody that he killed last week was complaining that they hit you with 4 slow blades, but from your end you got hit with none. That's so funny that you bring that up, Him, because there's been several situations where I'm like, okay, we've hit this guy with 3 slow blades. You don't typically survive 3 slow blades. You know what I mean? So what the hell's going on? It's definite. I think it could be both, Kel. I think it could be both. I know for a fact in Halo Infinite it had nothing to do with my connection. Fucking getting ghost melee whacks inside of Halo Infinite. It's the most frustrating thing in the world. I was already pissed off that they decided to not launch with a battle royale, or didn't even have a battle royale in their development plans. I was dumbfounded. I said, well, that's just about the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. This game's gonna die out quickly because that multiplayer die respawn shit is run out and redundant, bro. Boring. Boring. And look where Halo is now. I don't even get me started about, like, oh, the Forge Battle Royale. No, it needed an official Battle Royale. That's what it needs. I'd probably still be playing Halo Battle Royale to this day, bro. I love playing Halo. Infinite, though, can fuck off. That thunderstorm, you guys, I checked the thunderstorm when I just walked out, is a rippin', so it's definitely worth pointing out that we very well could have the power go out. So if the stream shuts off, that's what happened. Power went out. My apologies. I will see you guys tomorrow. Oh, and that's what Him's bringing up, and that's why when you asked, is it your connection or is it the game? And the answer is both. Both of those can be a cause of desync. Halo was the game. If it's desync because of your connection, it's typically not desync that you experience consistently. Unless your connection is consistently jacked up. Yeah, regards, they should have done that freaking weeks ago. Weeks ago they should have addressed that, but they just have not. They refuse to. I don't understand why. It's so stupid. And instead, what they're gonna do to address it, they're just gonna make it to where it's an instanced loot. And now everybody can get the loot regardless. So there's still gonna be chest campers. But now they're not going to affect whether or not you get loot, which is like, okay, that's a solution to the problem, but that's kind of like a poorly thought out solution, in my opinion. Funcom likes to take the easiest way out. It's wild. truly easiest way out type of developers. It's crazy. Jen, I don't know if you're still here. Do you happen to know what time we're supposed to learn information? Oh, I suppose that's not supposed to come out till Tuesday. Never mind. I kind of was like, damn, am I supposed to be keeping an eye out for information tonight to break down? Because I gotta keep a finger on the pulse when it comes to RuneScape Leagues, you guys, because I'm going to try and implement the same live streaming strategy in RuneScape Leagues that I implemented inside of Dune Awakening, which is the fact that every single video that I put out in the lead up to RuneScape Leagues is going to be pointing out the fact that we're going to be going live for RuneScape Leagues. So hopefully on day one we can draw a decent chunk of people, if even only like 5. If even only like 5, because I can guarantee we're going to lose a big chunk of the Dune viewers that we get. But if we could even pull 5 people, that's a big dub. Latency and desync are two different things in my opinion. They are kind of like cut from the same cloth. But latency is like when I hit jump and then I jump 2 seconds later. Desync is when I smack a motherfucker and it doesn't register it because the server doesn't think that I smacked the motherfucker. So I have to smack him again, and now I have got to beat somebody 3 times in Halo Infinite just to kill him. So it's like desync and latency are cut from the same cloth, but to me they kind of function differently. Desync is like the server is desynchronized. What I'm seeing on my screen is desynchronized from what's actually happening on the server. So on my screen it looks like I whacked the guy, but the server says, no, no, no. No, 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 you didn't actually whack that guy. And I say, bullshit, the hell I didn't whack that guy, server. You, in fact, need to check your eyeballs. Arab gets it. Server's blind. The tick rate definitely comes into play as well. Here's. Doesn't Halo Infinite have like some sort of like twisted ass tick rate as well? That just basically like sets it up for failure? I don't remember specifically. All I know is the desync in that game was so bad that I said, I'm done playing. I've had to 3-whack melee whack people for too long. I'm done. Thankfully I've stopped playing COD. I stopped playing COD a couple years ago, a year and a half ago, with Warzone. Like I said, I'm not into the multiplayer die respawn gameplay. So Call of Duty, like multiplayer, the only reason I was even playing Call of Duty multiplayer a year and a half ago was to level up the guns for when Warzone, that Warzone version of COD dropped. I had the max level guns. Like, that was the only reason I was playing COD. And then Warzone just got to the point, bro, where it was every single game. I was convinced there was not only one, but multiple cheaters in every single game. And once I got into that mindset, I couldn't play anymore, dude. It just ruined the game for me. The same thing kind of happened with Apex Legends, if I'm being honest. Because I've always played Apex, but I went hard on Warzone for a while and kind of pulled off Apex. But then the cheaters in Warzone killed it for me. So I went back to Apex, and it wasn't but maybe like 6 months after I went back to Apex, Warzone decided that they were going to start to crack down on cheaters, and then all the cheaters flooded to Apex Legends. Guys, it's not just no recoil, it's not just it's all around cheaters all over the place. And yeah, that kind of killed it. It kind of killed Apex for me as well, unfortunately. But I'm right there with you, Speed. I can get down on some Apex. It just sucks. It sucks these games just becoming completely infested with cheaters to where every single encounter you get in, you start to think in the back of your head, am I dealing with a cheater? And as soon as I get in that mind state, bro, I can't play anymore because I'm just fucking toxic and salty and pissed off. All right, looking good, looking good. Not sure how much I want the walls to extend all the way up. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I think for right here, we're gonna leave them extended all the way up for now. I'm just not positive if I want that. I don't know. I don't think I want this extended all the way up. Leave this like open is what I'm thinking. With Dune, though, I'm at the point I wouldn't be mad if they just done a fresh wipe, sort of what Tarkov does. If they ever sort this bot farming stuff, anyways, they won't. So it's a mixture of the fact that it's a mixture of the fact that the game's built in Unreal Engine 5. Apparently, Unreal Engine 5 has a really bad duping problem. And also, apparently, Funcom's track record with dealing with dupers and duping is piss poor. So, basically, we're fucked. You know? There's a duplication glitch inside of Conan Exiles that was inside of Conan Exiles on day 1. And it is still inside of Conan Exiles to this day. I can't say this for certain, that's just from what I've heard. I don't play Conan Exiles. Ah, shit. Oh, you fucking twat. You're not even gonna be able to fucking see hardly that it goes out, but I'll know that it doesn't, and now I know that it does, so it's fine. Beautiful. Mini aimbotters, yeah, over in Apex. Basically any PvP competitive game nowadays is just flooded with cheaters. It just sucks because it just sucks, you know. That being said, I am excited for Arc Raiders, you guys. I cannot tell you how pumped up I am for Arc Raiders. I've been watching more and more more and more gameplay of that, and it just is getting me more and more excited. Freaking huge. Looking fantastic. Nice. That slots in nice, giving you a nice little viewing gap, nice little breeze for the hot Dune air. Keep you nice and cool. Nice and fancy. And just because we're keeping this backside opened up doesn't mean that we can't also, like, throw in another layer here. That's what I'm thinking. So it's roofed off, but the backsides open up and now it's on, like, multiple layers. This might actually make it to where we can get up to this area too, and it can be like a bit of decoration and function. Because realistically, all of this is aesthetics. This is all form over function right now. Hey, Carver, you take it easy, man. We appreciate our lurkers around here. You take it easy. You have yourself a good night. Honestly, it should just be illegal to cheat. Hey, I couldn't agree more, J-Rob. I could not agree more. If you don't know my stance on what should happen to cheaters, I think that they should be tried, and if convicted of cheating, they should have their name forcibly put onto a registry similar to the pederast registry that people get put on, and then from there, basically, you'll just be able to, you know, throw tomatoes at these people's houses every time you walk by and spit on their mailbox or something. I don't fucking know. Maybe not on their mailbox. That sounds like federal. You spit on their fence or some shit. There's no need to get all like federal on them, you know? No need to get the feds involved. So let's just spit on their grass or something. I don't fucking know. You just gotta hide the pillar. You don't want the pillars sticking out like that, you know? Gotta hide them somehow. This upper area is going to be just decoration. No need to actually be able to walk up here. Yes. Crazy thing is, these developers end up employing the people who create the hacks for their anti-cheat. I'm not following you entirely, Kiers. Are you saying that the cheat developers inside Funcom or inside these gaming studios? Because it's possible, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. Or if some of them are eventually just are like, look, I could make more money. Developing cheats. All right, coming together nicely. Can I craft lights? Not one that's gonna properly fit in there, is it? Fucking hell. So annoying. What is this? Oh, this is a... Yeah, the dispenser lamp should float. Nice. Oh, okay, Jed. They've done it on purpose, Kiers? Are you talking kind of like what Jed's talking? Because that sounds like almost an old school RuneScape level of a mod allowing for people to real world trade gold via whatever methods. I forget what happened over in old school where one of those mods got busted doing that shit. A slanted half wall going up rather than a square. Yeah, right here with this. Is that what you're talking about? Where does that end up? One past the wall? Fuck, this is like a, this side's not, this isn't symmetrical, so this is gonna get weird. Oh, come on, you were there. Alright, we'll go to that one for now. I'm not positive what I'm even doing with this half wall. It was just my initial thought. Because this, actually... This just looks weird. Maybe I pull these corners down. Yeah, I'm gonna pull these corners down and create like these like pseudo pillar things right here. Oh, that's almost a good thing, though. You would want them to be doing that, wouldn't you? Like, I look at that as kind of like a good thing. A smart move on their part. It's not gonna work, dude. It just is gonna look weird with that. Ooh. That's not gonna fly either, bro. I think we're just gonna have to deal with it looking weird on that one little corner rather than putting up a wall that's gonna draw so much attention to it. I'm not gonna be able to corner that one out all the way either. I'm just now realizing, damn it. It's fine, because I've got a different idea here for what we're gonna do on this. Yep, and then we just go 2 down, and that leaves a little bit of a gap. Nice. Maybe we even leave the gap up there as well. I don't mind that gap up top either. Is that going to break this if I pop this? I don't think so. Nope. Nice. Okay, big. Frickin' huge. And then down here, like I said, I want it to be opened up, so we're just going to slap these down. We've got 1,800 more plus stone here that I want to burn through. I don't want to leave it to move. Even though we're probably going to move some of it anyways, I don't want to leave it to move. Yeah, that's looking good. That's looking good. I like that. I like that. Oh, and you know what we could even do, maybe? Let's see how this looks. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. I can get down on that. Oh, yeah. It's almost like a parking garage type feel, which I don't mind. I don't mind it. I don't mind the parking garage feel here. I mean, maybe we go and kind of opening up the center, but it's really just opening up those pillars. I don't know. We can always come back to it. Solid enough. Trent! Did they finally solidify it in? Yeah, I'm ready. It's about I want to say 99% guaranteed, but hell yeah, we're ready. New deep desert base, Alex. So this base, essentially, we're going to be putting it on a Solidal replicator, which unfortunately is bugged right now, but we're going to be bringing this out into the deep desert every single week, expanding upon it until eventually we are ready to bring this thing out into the Haga Basin and set it up as the capital building, if you will, to what will eventually be the guild city that gets put up. So week by week, we'll be expanding on this and taking it up to new heights and new areas, etc., until eventually we're bringing her on into the Haga Basin as the capital. And since this is all probably going to get built up to at least here, I could get rid of these wedge walls and move up, but that's fine. It's not what I was working on. Currently, I wanted to come over and slap up this. Get this buggy base cooking. The secondary buggy section of this base cooking anyways, I should say. Nice. Come on, there you go. But boom. We'll have the carrier bay kind of laid out. Buggy bay laid out. We're not going to be able, like I said, we're not going to be able to bring this thing out in a Solidal replicator until they fix that bug. So that's why we're spending some extra time this week expanding on it. These are realistically expansions that probably would have been put on it next week. But since, like I said, we're not going to be able to bring this thing out next week, we might as well start to get the vision flowing, you know? Man, old school RuneScape and RuneScape servers being DDoSed, huh? Man, all those toxic WoW fanboys really upset that their streamers moved on. Is that what's happening? Fuck yeah, dude. This will take you into the carrier bay, where we should be able to fit at least 3 carriers. Fuck yes. That's funny, Jen. That's absolutely freaking hilarious. I mean, that sucks. Hopefully it doesn't carry into leagues. What they need to do is make sure that they get that shit nipped in the butt before Dead Man mode pops off, though. Because I'm excited for leagues, Jen, but if I'm being entirely honest, Dead Man mode's what I'm really excited for. Yeah, Dead Man mode's what I'm really excited for sure. You think they'd ever come out with a Dead Man mode for RuneScape 3? I don't think it would work in RuneScape 3, to be honest. Which means that realistically, RuneScape's only going to be getting a seasonal game mode every other year. Fucking sun's in my eye. Oh, hell yeah. Wasn't Darkscape Dead Man mode or similar to it? It was like the first version of Dead Man mode. And that was like, I don't know if they did legacy combat in that, to be honest. I don't know if they did legacy combat in that. Oh, come on, you fucker. There you go. I don't think that's going to have the effect that I wanted it to have. Holy shit, that hurt. Do I know if the Ashes paid beta ended? No. I don't think the paid beta is gonna end. Once you pick up a key, you just have a key at that point in time, I'm pretty sure. It would have to be legacy combat, and they've basically cooked PvP in that game anyways, Jen. I think that's like a non-starter, unfortunately. As much as like it'd be cool to see, it's just not gonna happen. It wouldn't really work. The whole point of these seasonal modes is to draw in RuneScape players into trying the game that they've refused to try for, you know, all these years now. Oh, come on, you're just not gonna let these ones merge for real? That is not dead. Oh. Yep, there's no getting that dead center either. Damn. Bless you. Appreciate you, Hayden. We appreciate you. Yeah, that one hurt. I, like, pinched my lower back the other day. Whew. That one was rough. That one hit it hard. All right. I'll just have to come back to that. So I could sit here and dick with this all day just to get it to run proper. No need to do that. We can come back to it at any time. Nope, not gonna work. Not even gonna try. These fuckers aren't gonna line up, are they? Oh, that might work. Oh, yes. That'll work for sure. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa. Line up on the right way. There you go. Yeah, they need to add in like halves. They need to add in like certain curves and extra. Yeah, they need to definitely add in some extra bits and bobs. To be fair though, like the building system for me works fine enough. It definitely works fine enough. Granted, I don't need much in a building system in games, and Dune Awakening definitely hits it on all levels. I can get down on building for hours. If you guys can't tell, I could do this for hours, bro. I genuinely could. I have a lot of fun building inside of these games. I genuinely enjoy this. Dune, I wish one thing they would do is create a click to place rather than having to hold to build. Hold to build is just absolutely freaking brutal. Holy crap. We managed to get up to 50 viewers on Twitch. You guys are freaking insane, bro. You know, Twitch is starting to keep up with YouTube, you guys. Twitch is actually starting to keep up with YouTube, and it's just blowing my mind. The second I bring up that we had 50, we lost 3, but you know what? That's fine. That's fine. Still crazy. Still just freaking insanity, my friends. What's a YouTube? Exactly, Juxt, exactly. Who even knows anymore nowadays? You know, I just realized as well. Oh, God. Like, look, dude, I don't hate pirate software, like, as a person, bro. You know, like, I don't like to hate people. You know what I mean? But I think he should, you know, go play something else. Get off of RuneScape, bro. Get off of RuneScape. I was just getting ready to bring up, like, Twitch view bots. I just now realized today, with all these people talking about it, that Twitch view bots have apparently gotten fucking nuked, dude, which is exciting. And actually, Tectone had a take today. I forget exactly, like, verbatim what he said, but he said something along the lines of, like, the viewbot nuke is going to make it harder for, like, up-and-coming streamers to blow up on Twitch, because they're basically going to find out that there is no blowing up on Twitch, because, you know, you hit a certain number of viewers, and that kind of, like, is going to end up being your peak, let's say, and there is no, like, oh, all of a sudden I'm pulling in fucking 40,000 viewers like I'm Asmongold or some shit, you know what I'm saying? Which, yeah, sure, makes total sense. Like, I agree with him. Hold on, it's fucking cold in here. But if you were coming into Twitch expecting, like, that blow-up moment as a fresh streamer, you were already expecting the wrong thing. I think that this whole bot nuke has possibly ended up really benefiting us. It's freezing in here. I think that this bot nuke really ended up benefiting me specifically. And, like, let's just run this as a theory, for example. Twitch has obviously always had a pretty big botting problem. All of a sudden, the bots get nuked, and now as as you're scrolling through on the Twitch Dune Awakening page, little old channels like me are actually kind of like up there further than what I would have been previously, not botting my views and not, you know what I'm saying? Like, previously, before the bot nuke, there would have been 10, 15 creators who were botting their views to get them up into the top couple of pages. Now, that's not the case. So those 10, 15 people who would originally steal views fraudulently now aren't able to do that. Like, I'm convinced that this has actually helped us, but I wasn't even aware that this was happening until today. Who is talking about IRL streamers, Jux? Did I miss some context there? Was my repair welding wire stuck at 500? That'd be the second time that bug happened today. It got stuck at 12 earlier, Hayden, and I was able to, no, I don't know, Dima. I think it's actually bugged because it happened earlier and I was stuck at 12. I had 12 in my inventory and it let me repair 2 full 3 of my assault ornithopter wings with only 12 wire. Freaking miracle, bro. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no, I've never understood IRL streamers. I'm super socially awkward. So the last thing I want to do is go and draw attention to myself out in public. It definitely, I think it's a bug, him. I think you're right. I seemingly had unlimited ammo earlier. It's definitely nice when you're low on welding wire and then that pops off. Definitely huge. I was just kidding. I was just kidding, Jen, about he shouldn't play that. I was just kidding. I don't feel that strongly about Pirate one way or another. Yeah. Oh, damn it. Come on, back up that hill. You got it. You fucker. Come on. Oh. Please, 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 please. Damn it. It's kind of funny, though, like, since we're on the topic of Pirate, I don't have a problem with him, but it's kind of funny that a lot of people are kind of almost like bandwagoning onto fucking old school RuneScape. Like, Jen, I'm a little pissed off. Like, I need to go start streaming old school, bro. Like, bro, that's my game, hey? You know what I'm saying? Like, damn it. Damn it. Even though it's a game that I've never streamed. It's just like, fuck, that's the game I grew up playing. And now everybody else is finally seeing how great it is? Oh, hell nah. And I'm not in the middle of that, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't in the middle of that anyways. But if we look at my YouTube channel, to this date, my most popular videos are old school RuneScape moneymakers or random bits and bobs like that.
On infiltration instead of invasion. On subversion.
Beats coming in, dropping that follow over on Twitch. Hi, how are ya? Welcome. I hope you're doing well, my friend. I don't know if you just went and looked that up, Jen, or if you just had that locked on your head, but yeah, that video to this date, if I don't post a video on YouTube for 28 days, that video will show up in my analytics as the most viewed video in the past 28 days. And I posted that video like 4 fucking years ago. Posted that video like 4 years ago or something like that. And if I don't post for 28 days, that will be the last 28 days most viewed video. Fucking insane. It's like some evergreen content to hell, man. It's crazy. Not that I'm complaining, but it's just like, damn. Damn. I don't post for a month and I see that one up at the top of my analytics and I'm like, what the fuck am I even doing, bro? So yeah, I'm super excited for Deadman mode this year, for sure. And with RuneScape Leagues and with Deadman mode, I'm going to implement the same live streaming strategy that I did with Dune Awakening, which is basically every video that I post about those two games, I'm going to be pushing people towards the live streams. And hopefully we can bring in some people from over there to show up, because we're going to take a big hit in the viewers for sure when we end up not full swapping games. We'll always be coming back to Dune and whatnot, but when we end up swapping to leagues, we'll take a big hit. So just some loss mitigation, hopefully, tactics that can come into play. But I've said it before and I'll say it again. If, like, let's just say for shits and giggles that that when we go and we stream Deadman mode for old school RuneScape, like, let's say that really starts to pop off. I could easily see myself transitioning into that game as like a majority streamed game, just simply based off of how much I truly enjoy playing that game. Like, I'm super biased when it comes to RuneScape because that's the game I grew up playing, you know. And I've never been in much into the PVM side of RuneScape, so we could do multiple things. We could start building up some PKing accounts, and I also have a hardcore Iron Man on old school RuneScape that isn't into the late game at all yet, very much so still an early game account, but it's further developed than fresh. You know what I'm saying? Lots of stuff that could happen down the pipeline, ladies and gentlemen. Should be an interesting time. Yeah, see him. Somebody else asked that the other day. They were asking how far along in the account I was, and I kind of gave them a bad answer. I said it wasn't a fresh account. I made it seem like I had a bunch of time and progress put into the account, whereas realistically, it very much so is like a fresh account set up on the hardcore Iron Man mode, where if you die, you're reverted to Iron Man, etc., etc. One death. It's like, yeah, people understand. Hardcore WoW, hardcore old school, same shit. It's not a permanent deletion of character, though, I don't think, on RuneScape. Just a demotion. And that account is not anywhere near late game or, like, a portion of the game where somebody who just viewing the game would have no idea what's going on or it'd be impossible to explain. It's still pretty damn early in the game. In its progression. Ready for full loot? Lambo. I sure am ready for full loot. Is this enough voting power to push it into full loot? I don't know how many votes are meant to be given out for each Landsrat. I've never paid attention to how many voting power gets pushed. That's kind of the magic of it, though, isn't it, Jen? You know? Jacking up your build in an unrepairable way and crying the rest of the league or re-rolling a character. What's fucked up is like the past couple years playing RuneScape, playing old school RuneScape seasonal modes the past couple years, I have absolutely burned through all of my in-game gold buying bonds. So I'm gonna have to fucking A, I'm a broke bitch in the game, and B, I'm gonna have to purchase memberships with real money. Sick bastards. Here's what the problem is, Adam. Here's what the problem is, and where my confusion comes in, and how I just wish that even for 1 or 2 weeks I would have been paying attention to how much voting power actually gets thrown around. Because what I keep hearing is that each week there's a total of 17,500 voting power. I believe it's 700 power per square here. Atreides won 2 squares this week. So if we take 17,500 and then we subtract 1,400 to account for these 2 squares, that leaves it at 16,100 voting power that went to Harkonnen this week. I'm not positive on any of this. This is just numbers that we're going off of. So with 16,500 voting power going to Harkonnen, they need to get up to 8,050 in order to be above the 50% mark. Now, they don't need to get above the 50% mark to win it, because we're looking 62 vote power went into this dumbass Honor of the Fallen thing. Basically, I think the rest, like 95% of the rest of the vote would have to go to weapons vendor. Otherwise, it's going to be full loot. So I think it's pretty much locked. Fucking Lambo. Fuck no. Him, you might be right. Him, you might be right. And him, you might be right. Him, you might be fucking right. And we might be finding out. Lambo just said it's not yet, and he's pretty sure that the top Harco exploited the Landsrad with the gold turn-in, somehow giving them 19,000 voting power. Him has been talking about this all night long, because if we take a look at this, the goal amount is 1.2 million instead of 70,000. So each of these gives you 700. So 70,000 divided by 100, I believe. Yeah, so 70,000 divided by 100 is how we come up with the 700 per tile number. If we take 1.2 million and we divide that by 100, that is 12,000 voting power. $12,000 voting power that can come out of one tile, which means that one tile can flip the entire voting portion for the Landsrad. Yep, him, that's it. Him's right. Exactly what him just said is what I just explained as well. One tile can flip the Landsrad. Fucking leave it to Funcom to do this. Leave it to Funcom to do this. And just completely and totally ruin our chances of full loot. It cannot be that way. The number one guild's gotta push it. They've gotta push it towards full loot. Otherwise, they're pussies, and they'll forever go down in the books as pussies. ABC Pussy Fighters is what they should be called. ABC Twat Lickers. Fucking pissed off, bro. So pissed off. If this is the third chance that I've had at full loot and we don't get full loot, I'm gonna actually be fucking gutted. Not happy. Not even, like, remotely happy right now to hear you say those things. Because, like I was saying previously, before we had discovered this 16,000 voting power that these guys have managed, we only needed, the weapons vendor needed to get like 95% of the rest of the vote in a normal situation to pull this off, which just realistically isn't going to happen. Oh my god, bro. I swear the people, the guilds on this server are so fucking lame. Oh, let's sell the voting power. I'm assuming real world trade sell as well, Lambo, is what we're talking about. Because last week, whoever was holding down G8 or whatever it was, G6, whichever one had the Regis disruptor, I heard they were real world trading off the pistols. That was just what I heard, though. I don't know if that's confirmed or not. But I would assume they're trying to real world trade off their shit, their voting power. I don't know why they would trade it off for Solari, which is basically worthless on this server. Yeah, Dima, we might be walking right into a kick right in the nuts, which just sucks, man. I hate getting kicked in the nuts, man. What are you, fucking high, Lambo? I'm pretty sure last time it cannot be $60 per 10 mil. I'm pretty sure last time somebody in the chat looked up, it was like 0.0005 cents per mil. I could be misunderstanding what they were saying, though. I haven't looked into it, honestly. I don't give two shits about the real world trading market. I mean, if Funcom had any brain cells, yeah, you would expect them to do something like that, but they don't. They don't think anything. Somebody brought it up the other day. They literally have ChatGPT coming up with their code. They're ChatGPT coding right now. Yeah, 70 per 400 sounds a lot closer to reality, especially on this hyperinflated ass server. But even at 70 per 400, this is such a hyperinflated server that they still realistically could walk away making a decent amount. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. And somehow the games they develop end up being financial successes and or like Conan Exiles running for like decades. A decade. I don't get it. I don't understand it, It's borderline Ubisoft levels of incompetence, except for Funcom actually manages to pull off a game that's worthwhile playing. Whereas in Ubisoft, you know damn well you're not going to be playing a game that's at all worthwhile playing. So Funcom somehow manages that. 6 per 10 mil? Yeah. And that was probably a week or two ago. It's probably with these Chinese bot farms pumping out. I don't know, man. I don't know. Even at $6 or $3 per 10 mil, that's still money to be made. And I'm pretty positive that that's what's going on. Which is, like you said, it's just cringe. The same thing with the Regis Disruptor pistol. I heard last week that they were just flat out trying to sell the pistol for money. And at that point in time, they could have like charged a lot more than $3 per 10 mil because we're talking about a pretty exclusive, quote-unquote, item. Funcom needs to lock the server. No more people coming into this server. We're done. They need to do something about the duplication glitch in the repair bug. Like, let's start there. Let's start on the duplication glitch that's been running rampant for like 3 weeks now. Just absolutely blitzing melange. Yeah, the Chinese bot farms pumping in on the new accounts definitely is not helping. Damn, I don't know how long we were out. We were out for a little while there. Managed to actually get a full vehicle inventory first of the night. All the ornithopter farmers have gone to bed. That's not fair to say, because Conan Exiles isn't running off of previous licensed IP. And me coming into Dune, I didn't give two shits and still don't give two shits about the Dune universe. I don't give a fuck about this Dune universe. I haven't watched a single Dune movie in my entire life, nor have I read a book. The only books I've read in my entire life are Lemony Snicket's series of unfortunate events in the Bible, bro. Like, let's be real. And I haven't even read the entirety of the Bible or the entirety of the Lemony Snicket series of unfortunate events. Let's be super real. So I don't give two shits about this game's lore or the IP that this game came with. I was excited about just a new survival MMO coming out paired with a PvP focused endgame. What did Conan come from? What previous established IP was Conan? Yeah, the PvP cell definitely what drew me in. The fuck is Conan the Barbarian? Wow. They sure are riding off of the coattails of IPs then. When did Conan the game launch? It's not worth a watch, Naz. Don't lie to me. It's not. You're talking to somebody who just hates movies here. It's not worth the watch. Some old movie, it's not worth the watch. Jim Carrey's in that movie. Playing a serious role. There is only a select few actors that I give two shits about, you guys. Robin Williams, Jim Carrey, and then number one, Johnny Depp. Conan, as the game launched like 15 years ago. Interesting. I'm just wondering how popular Conan the IP was, Conan the Barbarian IP was, when Conan the game launched. We don't talk about the Lemony... Oh. Yeah, we don't talk about the Lemony Snicket movie, Dominique. Okay? That's an absolute travesty to mankind. Whoever directed that movie should be arrested and tried for, you know, something serious. Something super serious. No, I know. Yeah. I know what you're talking about now. I took the Lemony Snicket movie and I put it into the back of my brain where I lock it up and I try not to think about it because it genuinely pissed me off more than anything ever in my entire life, I think, because holy shit. I used to think that people who were like, oh, the movie didn't stick to the books were like weird, but they fucked that movie up, bro. Thankfully, they pulled it together. Thankfully, they pulled it together with the series, bro. This series was so good. The TV series was so good. Woo! It was just like, it was like righting a wrong that happened to my childhood. That happened in my childhood. The series was. Because I went to the Lemony Snicket movies in movie theaters. And I remember leaving the theater with my dad upset and disappointed and not happy. So then they came out with the series and definitely righted the wrong on that thing. It took years for a lot of Conan's game to get content, is what I'm assuming. Like 10 years? Yeah, I heard they drip-fed the shit out of it. Conan with Schwarzenegger was a good IP back in the day. Interesting. Very interesting. Infamous, you're not the only one asking for elevators. I don't know. 10 years to be a decent game is too long. How long did it take No Man's Sky to pull back from its whole shitty launch? That wasn't 10 years, was it? That was like 5 years, right? Maybe 6. I don't know. No Man's Sky was good like 2 years later. All right, then Dune Awakening started off better than No Man's Sky did, so they've got less than 2 years to get this shit fixed, and then less than 5 years to get it fantastic. That's basically what I'm comparing Dune Awakening to. Dune Awakening launched better than No Man's Sky. It launched in a better state than No Man's Sky. So if they can't fix the shit in the same like cadence that No Man's Sky did, then Dune Awakening's fucked. And if we take like a look at Funcom's track record, exactly like Infamous is saying, they drip-fed content for 10 years, and they're already drip-feeding content. They've already got a 10-year game plan for this game. They're already planning on drip-feeding content. That's like already their plan. We can only hope that they decide to pivot, but a lot of people keep saying that they've gotten their bag. They're not worried about how the rest of this game ends up fucking playing out. So. Full Loot may very well be making its way to Harmony Dark Ronin. There's some nasty business that might end up preventing us from getting full loot, but we'll find out in 15 hours and 44 minutes. As the day progresses, we'll find out. Most definitely by the time we boot up tomorrow's live stream, we will know. So we are currently 24 hours and 45 minutes away from this deep desert being wiped. We are 15 hours away from for sure figuring out which Landsrat is taking place. On a typical day, 90 to 100% of the remaining votes would have to go into the exclusive weapon imports rights to swing this vote over there. However, Funcom recently released this Deliver Solari amount here, and people are saying that this is giving guilds 12,000 voting power. 12,000 voting power basically swings any Landsrad vote at any point in time. They have less than a year because GTA 6 is going to take over the entire market. Well, Dima brings up a good point because there's actually a fire lineup of games coming out throughout the rest of this year, which is only going to take bigger and bigger hits off of what Dune Awakening's player base can even possibly be. We've got Grand Theft Auto 6, we've got Borderlands 4, we've got Battlefield 6, we've got a couple of niche ones, The Outer Worlds 2, we've got Clockwork Revolution, we've got, for me specifically, RuneScape 3 Leagues I'm super excited about. We've got old school RuneScape Deadman mode. I'm dying to get into some Deadman mode. We're going to be playing Deadman mode this year differently than we have any other year previously. And I think, Jen, this might actually be why I'm able to get away with not having a delay on the live stream when we live stream, because we're going to be pushing 2 PK. I'm going to be routing out my game plan to push to PK. So right after the hour of safe time that we have, we're gonna be pumping in and trying to PK as quickly as possible, wherever as possible, whenever as possible. So maybe we'll be able to get away with as maximum like a 5-minute delay. Honestly, Jen, they could keep doing this forever and not end up dying out like Ubisoft did. I'm super excited, Dark. I'm really hoping we end up getting full loot, but it might end up flopping last damn second, which will just piss me off. I see. Him's timeline that you're pointing out there definitely makes Funcom seem like IP writers. Fuck, dude. Well, we can just hope that we're the beta testers for the console release of this game, and that come console release, it's like a No Man's Sky type situation where it's like, yeah, the game launched with all those problems, but a decent base foundation of a game, and now is just a great game. The re-leveling is freaking brutal, Dark, and so is the quests. I swear the quests are freaking brutal. I hate the quests. I hate questing so much. It's so bad. It's so bad. Y'all, I'll be back in a minute. Oh, Jen, Dead Man mode is something else, I tell you. The excitement that comes from Dead Man mode is something else. Do not go AFK in Dead Man mode or you're liable to lose all of your shit. I like the hardcore PvP aspect of Dead Man. PvP everywhere, you lose all of your items on you, and the 10 most valuable items in your bank. Sign me up. I was born a robber and a bridge bandit. Oh, Jen, you're right. There are extra powers as well. Man, I'm running in like the old... I'm running in the mindset of like OG Deadman mode. Yes, they do buff your combat as well. I forgot about that. Fuck, I forgot about that. God, that's going to make things even more interesting. That'll make the theory crafting videos really fun. Fringe chose the wrong profession. He was born a robber and a bridge bandit. You might be onto something there, Dima. I tell you what, you might be onto something because we do truly enjoy taking other people's stuff. I don't know what it is. That was always my shtick in RuneScape, man. I played and paid to play that game to PK. You know what I mean? We played to PK. And getting down, taking people's stuff is just the most fun. It's the most fun thing to do. Deadman mode previous seasons always put me on edge because the risk gets ramped up to 11. You know what I mean? I like the risk versus reward, but I also like my risk to be a bit managed. You know what I mean? A bit of a managed risk. Like, that's why Rust, Albion Online, like, those types of games kind of turn me off because the PvP is, like, unforgiving. So the server comes back at, like, 6:40 a.m. I'm assuming that yours goes down at 6, so we're going to roll off of that time. The server's going to come back online at, like, 6:25 a.m., and then at, like, 6:30, that's when the sieges will come back online and you can actually jump on. Dark Deadman mode is essentially a seasonal game mode inside of RuneScape, old school RuneScape specifically, where PvP is enabled everywhere. Not only that, but typically in RuneScape, the way PvP works is you can only fight inside of the wilderness. And if you're in level 1 wilderness and your combat level 69, you can only fight somebody who's level 68 or level 67. That's it. You can't fight anybody else. You can't fight a level 70. Or you can't fight... You can only fight somebody who's level 70 or level 68. You can't fight a level 71. You can't fight a level 65 if you're in level 1 wilderness. If you're level 5 wilderness at level 69, you can fight all the way down to level 64. And this goes on all the way throughout the wilderness. In Deadman mode, however, everybody can attack everybody anywhere. They might end up combat bracketing the worlds. So, like, the first combat bracket is going to be, like, level 1 through level 3 through level 50. And then the next combat bracket is level 51 through level 70, or whatever they decide to combat bracket in. But basically, anybody inside of this combat bracket, anybody inside of that combat bracket can fight anybody else anywhere in the world. There is no level restriction that you're typically used to seeing inside of RuneScape. On top of that, it's full loot, essentially. RuneScape has a sculling system where you only lose one item. You only lose one item. You only lose all but 3 items if you die unskulled, but if you die skulled, you can lose all of your items, or typically 1 item. There's a lot of fucking nuance to explain, but regardless, in Deadman mode, it's everything. There is no protect item prayer, so you lose all of the items that are on your person, and you lose the 10 most valuable items inside of your bank. Only certain cities are safe, correct. There are safe zones, but it is in certain cities. That's what I'm saying, Dima. Like, the full loot PvP games definitely are not my favorite genre to jump into. Oh, you want to race, motherfucker? This guy's in, like, tier 6 buggy. You see how much ass he's hauling? He's hauling ass. Ram him! Alright, we tricked him. We tricked him. He thinks there's nothing this way, and unless he hauled over this way, then there should be a little something for us. The permanent Deadman mode is shit, Jen. It's a shit mode. It's a terrible game mode. There's a lot more safe zones in the regular one. I actually don't know much about the permanent one, to be honest. In the regular Dead Man mode, there's a lot more safe zones. Damn, this guy even harvested over here. Left me one fucking titanium. Next week's Deep Desert loot's gonna include the Blood Extractor paired with some sand bike parts, and we're also gonna be getting everybody's favorite pincushion pants. That's the only pincushion set that we're gonna get. That's the only pincushion piece that we're gonna get is the pants. Nah, you're good, Adam. You're good. We've got about 30 minutes here until the reset. It's not that big of a deal. We've gotten a few chunky loads in, so having this one cut off by Mr. Atreides guy over here is not that big of a deal. Plastanium. But yeah, that's what it boils down to, Dark, is basically PvP enabled everywhere. Combat doesn't matter. And it's full loot. You lose all of your items on you and the 10 most valuable items in your bank. Oh, big. Big, big, big. I'm super excited for Dead Man mode. Expect a lot of videos to be pumping out on the channel theory crafting Dead Man mode. I'm incredibly excited. I'm also excited at the prospect that RuneScape as a game is getting fairly popular for people to be not only playing but live streaming. So if I can at all squeak in to the old school RuneScape live streaming shtick, that's something that I could see myself getting really into, just explicitly due to how much that game is intertwined with my being. You know what I'm saying? What site shows next week's loot? Give me a second. I'll paste the website that I use. This is the website that I use, and we typically aren't going to see next week's loot until we have a reset. So him and I are just joking about what's coming in next week's loot. We have no clue what's coming in next week's loot. Pincushion underwear and a pincushion weapon are coming out of next week's loot. Server restart. Anytime, Dima, anytime. But yeah, I never much got into Albion, Dima, because it was very much so punishing. Yeah, we're getting Reaper gloves, not the grappling gloves. We're gonna get the claw gloves, the one that help you climb rocks. You know, as if anybody's climbing rocks after they get their first suspensor belt. But those are the gloves that are coming out. I'm pretty sure this is the base of the Atreides guy that we're racing around. Like, I'm 80% positive this is the base that he's coming out of. Yeah, F3 is gonna drop us some more Albatross wings. I know everybody's running low on Albatross. Everybody needs some more Albatross wings. So that'll be nice. Yeah, when I was actually looking up tier 5 sets to build out and buy out from the auction house, I realized that there's only like 4 or 5 tier 5 sets even in the game right now. Nah, Jed, we were just playing around. We're just teasing. Hopefully we're not serious. Hopefully we're not right. Fingers crossed that we get full loot and that we get something something worth fighting for this week. That'd be really nice. There's no non-purple disruptor pistol. That's an oversight. Is there not? Like the one that charges up? Is that what you're talking about? Watch it not be an oversight. Watch the Dune devs be like, nah, we knew how powerful that pistol was, so we just didn't put it in. Which means that at least they're paying attention to balance in some way, shape, or form for some things. I don't know. Alrighty, let's go do a corpse run. While we do a corpse run, I need to check something. Oh, I need to grab some fuel. Can I craft fuel here? Yes, I can. I9's gonna be the sand bike booster. We're gonna get the sand crawler engine coming out again. Big week next week. Alright, well, good to know I don't need to grab more fuel. I can just craft fuel here. That should carry us through the last 24 hours that we need. I'm gonna go grab another load of some bodies here. Maybe that guild just won't vote, and they'll just let full loot get pushed in. You know? Alright, my neck is killing me right now. Alright, we're super low on gas. But we should just be able to swing into the Haga Basin and then swing out. "23 minutes left until the reset here. Man, we got sidetracked talking about RuneScape and old school RuneScape. What I was talking about previous to that was like the banger list of games that are coming out from now until the end of the year. And each one of those games is going to take away a portion of Dune Awakening's player base, at least for the time being. Just is what it is. Oh my god, the fucking lag, bro.
Come out. I've got your back.
Yeah, I live in Colorado. Colorado. Yeah, you're actually right, Dima. You're right. The problem is, I think that their DLCs are not worth. I would not pay $12.99 for the upcoming DLC. Fuck no. I wouldn't pay $5 for the upcoming DLC. That's the problem. That's the problem. Their value proposition is not there. So, I don't know what they're going to do about that. Damn, somebody did my job for me down here. It's not even just that it's a boycott, Dima. It's just that it's not value. There's no value to it. There's not enough content that can come out of their little side quest. And this bike and cosmetics have just never sold me. Like, even if Dune Awakening did come out with, like, a legitimate battle pass that dropped cosmetics, I'm not a cosmetics guy, so I wouldn't purchase that either. Like, what I'm trying to think in my head what Dune Awakening would have to come out with to intrigue me to purchase a DLC, and there's not a lot. There's not a lot that they could actually come out with where I'd be like, oh, okay, I want to buy that. Oh, Jen, I mean, like, you're not too far off. Oklahoma's not too far away from Colorado in certain areas. I'm nowhere near the Denver area. You're right, though, Dima. Literally, all they need to do is just continue to drip feed the game. Hopefully, like, best case scenario, this would be what Dune needs to do. Especially knowing that they have a banger lineup of games that they have to compete against for the rest of the year. they should pull back and try to focus in on hammering down the mechanics of the game, the PvP mechanics, the fact that people are spawning on chests, the fact people are camping chests via that, the PvE mechanics, the fact that the PvE is redundant as shit, the fact that it's artificially inflated out in the deep desert and there's no real endgame PvE for you to grind for. If they can, and they need to work on all of that as they're working their way into the console release for the game. Jed, I've seen South Park. I love South Park. Loved South Park. I haven't watched South Park in a little while. A few little of their like specials or whatever they're going on that I've missed. But I've seen that episode. And what's funny, Jed, is my wife, when I showed her the vehicle that Dune Awakening is planning on coming out with, her first thought was, that looks like Mr. Garrison's vehicle. And I laughed so hard. I was like, man, people are either seeing Star Wars, Twisted Metal, or South Park. It's those three things. Low key, I mean, like, I don't know, to be honest. If Dune was able to balance something like that and get it into the game, hell yeah. Like, instead of a tank, it's more so like a mech. Vanderloo, the problems go on and on and on and on. They really do. Which is unfortunate. And that's why it's like, if they spent... So they've got so many games to compete against coming up. Fuck, getting in my base is not easy anymore. They've got so many games to compete against coming up. Damn, I actually have to walk in the normal way here. That what they should do is just pull off, focus on dialing in the mechanics of the game, and then make a heavy push for dropping content with the console release. Tiamat, I am that's exactly what I've heard from everybody who's played Conan Exiles. Yeah, I'm gonna grab some fuel. It's not a free bike either, you guys. It's a $12.99 bike that they're trying to sell to people. They're trying to sell that as a DLC, paired with a little bit of a side quest, which is going to be a world map instanced event. Like I said it will. I predicted the first DLC coming into this game. Everything except for, I'm sorry, I could not predict a Twisted Metal fucking themed vehicle coming into the game. I'm so sorry. I missed that prediction. I don't think anybody could have fucking guessed that was coming into the game. But I said that the first DLC is going to come with that side quest, which is going to involve the world map because they're obsessed with pushing people towards the world map for some reason. And it's going to be some stupid instanced dungeon that you take care of that is going to give you some sort of like repeat reward. You wouldn't build it, Dark. That's it. That's a good point as well, Alex. I did not even guess like building cosmetics or anything like that. Any of that though, it's just none of that is like none of that's too great. You know what I'm saying? I don't think any of the DLCs will ever be worth buying. The only thing that makes... That's why they shouldn't sell the DLCs. The DLCs should be free. Wolfie brings it up right there. DLC sounds shallow because it is. And that's why it should be free. If the DLC was free, it would be a big dub for Dune Awakening in the sense of, like, we couldn't complain about what's coming in the DLC because it's free. At least it's something coming. If they want to sell something, they can sell the expansions, but they better make sure the expansions have a shitload of content. Otherwise, I don't know what they're doing, man. You cannot, Manza. I tried. You can't go back, and you can't. When I did that quest, Manza, I tried to harvest with the Dew Reaper, and you can't. Are they going to increase the level cap with expansions? I doubt it, Meyer. I really doubt it. If you join this server, do you lose your old character? No, you create a new character on a new server. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we're about 9 hours into this stream here, and we're 12 minutes away from the server restart. I don't know what's going on with my neck. I got some sort of like kink in my neck that is like hurting in the back all the way up into my jawline here. So I'm going to go try and stretch that out and take care of that. We're going to end the stream here, ladies and gentlemen. We will be going live tomorrow again right at the regular time. We started a bit early today because I've got thunderstorms rolling around. I was a bit concerned that we were going to end up having the power knocked out. Thankfully, we were still able to get in nearly a 9-hour live stream, which is perfect. Tomorrow, we're going to be booting up the live stream at 10 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. my time. And yep, like Dark is saying, we're going to be packing up this base. On top of that, we're going to know for certain whether or not we're going to be pushing into full loot next week. And what else do we have going on? There was something else going on. Something else is happening tomorrow. I don't know what, but something. Something. Oh, if we are going into full loot, we'll be spending a decent amount of time crafting up multiple sets that we have prepared to craft up heading into the full loot week. Obviously doing all of the breakdown that we have to do, and then the rollout. Tomorrow is the reset, so tomorrow we'll be getting down on all of that. But over on Twitch, we got Noblemon, we got Jen to shout out. Who else? Nas was here for a bit. Juxt, per usual, swinging by. Lambo coming talking to us about what's going on with this server. Hey, we appreciate all you guys, man. It's been crazy. Kel was here for a bit. Kimuro stopping by. We had a few followers swing in. I do appreciate all you guys. Over on YouTube, the top 10 fans, we got him coming in at number 1, followed by Vanderloo, followed by Hayden coming in at number 3. Jay's coming in at number 4, followed by Julian at number 5. Caustic, Patriot Mode, J Wolf, Art, T, J Rob coming in, rounding down the last 5. And just in case that wasn't an extra 5 there because I wasn't counting, we've got Land Shark in there. So, hey, I appreciate all you guys. We will be going live tomorrow, like I said. But other than that, I hope you guys all have an amazing day. I'm out.